Come be a part of. Come be a part of.
RIMOJ and Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home. Come be a part of. Come be a part of.
RIMOJ and Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
In the ancient days, we will return with no delay, picking up the bounty and the spoils on our way. We've been traveling from state to state, and them don't understand what they say. 3,000 years with no place to be, and they want me to give up my milk and honey. Don't you see, it's not about the land or the sea, not the country, but the dwelling of His Majesty. Again, repeat this again. Don't you see, it's not about the land or the sea, nor the country, but the dwelling and the indwelling of His Majesty. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem.
Shower me with love, yeah. Milk and honey don't stop. Let the newsmen write what they wanna write. Let the wicked believe what they wanna believe.
Man, he took off their chariot wheel.
Lord Jesus. Shower me with love, yeah. That bring forth honey, don't stop. That bring forth milk and honey, don't stop. Let the newsmen write what they wanna write. Let the wicked believe what they wanna believe. Jaja bring forth honey, don't stop. Jaja bring forth milk and honey, don't stop.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burns. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Here we have today's daily song. We have song.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ/א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob. God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have satisfied.
Come be a part of, come be a part
Rastafari,
come be a
MOJ,
part
and Line of Jew Society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
Our culture, the good for the past. Oh, Wadada. Reason with me, Wadada. Oh, Wadada. They take us away from Africa with the intention to steal our culture. The good for the past by instead. Humble yourself, my children. Humble yourself, my little one. Humble yourself. Oh, my brother,
Boko Yom Hamishi. It is the 5th day of the week, and we do have a Tehillim that is recited in the 5th day of the week, found in chapter 81, and again it will be recited also in Hebrew. Let's begin. Ramnazecha al Hagetit la Asaf Hanimu Lelohim Uze Havu Lelohe Yaakov Su Zimra Ujnetov Kino Naim El Navel Tiku Bachoresh Shofar Bakese Layom Chage Ki Choch La Yisrael Hu Mishpot Lelohe Yaakov.
Selassie is our master, yeah. For the enemies are confounded. Rastafari power overthrow them, yeah.
Yes. Erev Tov, good evening. Bain, Arabim, Tovim, here between the evenings, right here. But here, we had a psalm for this second day of the Shabbat right here. Here, we're in this Torah reading and feeding the 46 for Ikeb. Fully enunciated Ikeb, consequences. Akab, the heel. Even the heel grabber, Yaakov, Akab. Get into that right there, here for this Torah reading and feeding right here. But some small steps right here in the daily psalm for the day that was, right? Second day of the Shabbat, they call Monday. Or some say Moon Day, but Anyway, that's what the heathen say. But the Monday here, evening service right here between the evenings right here. Shalom, Chaverim, Shavua Tov, Bashem Yeshua. Hopefully one Shavua. This new strong going well. Nachamu, Nachamu, Ami, comfort ye, comfort ye. Here we're in the 7 Shavuot. Here as we make our way to the 7th month, first day, and the 5th of the 7 appointments right here in the season. We have 7 Shabbat of comfort, the Beta Israelites, the Beit Yisrael, and HaYehudim, people, Yah people. So right here, the evening psalm, right? Psalm 81, our daily psalm here, according to royal order, also is the standing evening psalm for the 5th day. That's why you hear that right there in this clip here. Here we're gonna like rewind it, take out the musical accompaniment, just get to the basics so we can hear, this one right here. Fam, read this here, Psalm 81, Hebrew verse by verse. This is often called Le Hit Orer Yisrael, sense of like to wake up, to rouse, to wake up Yisrael. Le Hit Orer Yisrael. Here, so that's why you hear the day 5 right there, because the daily psalm here, 81, is also the evening psalm for the 5th day, and the audible was recorded in that context. But here, and going through the word by word right here, Psalm 81, Shema Yisrael.
Boker Yom Hamishi. It is the 5th day of the week, and we do have a Tehillim that is recited in the 5th day of the week, found in chapter 81, and again it will be recited also in Hebrew. Let's begin. Lamnazecha al-Hagetit la-Asaf haninu lelohim uze haru lelohe Yaakov Su Zimra Ujnetov Kino Naim Evnavel Tiku Vachoresh Shofa Bakese Layom Chage Ki Choch La Yisrael Hu Mishpot Lelohe Yaakov Edut Bihosef Sam Bazid Alwet Mizraim Safat Lo Yadati Eshma Hasiroti Misavel Shikim Kape Midud Ta'avona Batzara Karata Va'achalze In Basita Ra'am Evchan Alme Amriva Sela Shema Ame Ve'eda Ba Yisrael Im Tishmale Lo Yiye V El Za Vilo Tishtachave Leel Necha Anoke Yahava Elohe Hama'al Me'eretz Mizraim Hachefpe Va'amale Velo Shama Ame Lakole V'Yisrael Lo Avale Va'ashache Bishverut Leba Yaku Bimoazote Lu Ame Shomea Le Yisrael Bidrake Yahaleko Kimat Oeve Aknea Val Zore Ashiv Yade Mazane Yahava Yakahashulo Vehe Ita Lolam Vaya Akile Mechalev Cheta ומזור דבש אז ביה.
Yes, right. Yes, yes, yes. So we try to bring up the Hebrew, the word for word that was read. Give thanks, give thanks. I don't know exactly who's the reader there. Yeah, the background kind of tunnel, that kind of effect right there. Probably you couldn't hear. We're going to go through this right here. Hopefully in this podcast here, here. So yes, yes. So here, what we have here, today's daily psalm is Morphe Aleph. Fe Aleph, ancient Afro-Semitic enunciation, modern Hebrew. Pe Aleph, Pe Aleph, Pe Aleph, Fe Aleph. Hebrew Aleph numerics. Here we have the Hebrew letter Pe, Fe, numerical value of 80, and Aleph, first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So according to the alpha numerics of the Yehudit, that's called the language of the Hebrews, Mizmor Fe Aleph, Mizmor Pe Aleph. Psalm 81 right here. Psalm LXXXI. Psalm LXXXI. That's the Latin equivalent where the letters are used for numerical value. Mizmor Pe Aleph, Mizmor Fe Aleph. Psalm 81. Here is themed a festival a festival meditation, right? And the traditional view, right, connects the Psalm 81, that is also the evening psalm for the fifth day of the Shabuah, both Hebraically, Judaically, and according to the Israelites of Ethiopia. So we find those two witnesses, right, amongst the diasporic Torah observant community and also among the Israelites of Ethiopia. Just to kind of point that out right there, 2 or 3 witnesses. Check up for the same day. And it said the tried and tradition says that these are the psalms that used to be chanted in the Heikal of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. Be that as it may, here we have it as today, or the day that this day, here we're in the evening of the day to come, but for the second day of the Shavuot called Monday, right? Monday, right? Here we have today's daily psalm, here the opening verse. Just go by word, just to give you a kind of idea of what you heard, right? Seeking to find a way, but with the software and technology, hopefully we'll continue to improve, our presentation and, kind of this software where it can go word by word and all that. So if you have any links or come across that, hit the contact, either Rastafari Jews at gmail.com or the LOJ, right? LOJ Society. One can go to the website, lojs.org, and hit the contact there. Any suggestions, recommendations, give thanks. So here, Psalm 81, a festival meditation. Now, often when we go through the evening psalms, we have touched on this before, the evening psalm, but I think here it's especially interesting, right? Because here we're picking up with a 46 sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong for Parashat Ikev. So most would say Ikev, according to the royal order pronunciation, Ikeb. Similar to Yaakov, Jacob, Akeb, right? Ikeb, right? Which has a significance of and it like follows or on the heels. Literally, the word come from heel, and there's a whole very interesting kind of Hebraicism, according to the Hebrew idiom, of the roots and culture in the Yehudi language with Jacob. Remember Yaakov, he was a heel grabber, and the Akeb, right, the heel, right, Akeb, the consequence, or like what follows. It's like when we say in English, we say, yeah, when did such and such happen? Well, that happened on the heels of such and such. That sense, right? Kind of literally, but it takes on the figurative, according to the spirit of the Yehudi, the spirit of the language takes on that sense there. But be that as it may, here we have the first verse, including the superscription, to the chief musician, for the leader, La Menatzeach. All right, so if we was to go by word, we would do like, something like La Menatzeach, right? And then we take the next, right? Actually, the next two words here, right? Here we have Al Hagitit, up on Gitit, Al Hagitit, Gitit, Al Hagitit. Then the next word right here, Le Asaf. Le Asaf. Now, so we can kind of bring it down a little bit better. This is just the plain Tanakh text right here. Here, let's step it up one level right here. So now with this, when we go to the next word, Le Asaf, the highlighted word, Le Asaf, right? We can then do this right here, get to the root words, Asaf, right? One of the choristers, musicians, Levitical musicians appointed by David, appointed by David. I have to emphasize that right there. David set this order that was continued even to the time of Zechariah, right? Zechariah, right, who was the father of John, of Yohanan Hamatabel, the one who's called John Hamatabel, John the Baptist, John the Immerser, the Matabel, like to immerse something or someone in water. Yeah? So we have Asaph, gatherer, right? So there's a few Asafs here. The Asaph we're speaking of is the second one here that you see on the screen, son of Berechiah. He was chief Lewi, right, or Levite musician under under David, as we said that David appointed this order. And remember what it says in the Brit Chadasha concerning John the Baptist's father, Zechariah. It says that at this time when the Malach, when he had the messenger of Yahweh, right, Hakadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, come and visit him, right, when he was serving, he was burning the incense, he was burning the ice. Right? It finally, Zechariah was an old man, but it finally kind of came down to his turn to serve, because there was, of course, many Levites, so forth and so on, and they would serve, so that each of them could have an opportunity to serve. Dawid HaMelech, he set this order, right? So this is the Asaph we're speaking of. So here we have three individuals with the same name, just to point it out, right? It's a noun, a proper name. Noun is a name is a noun, right? It's a noun masculine. Gatherer, as we said, from the BDB, the earlier first entry here, second entry from Strong's definition of concordance, we have collector, right? So here it tells us once again to reiterate the fact that Asaph was the name of three Israelites, right? Or Yisraelim, right? Three Israelites, and he of the family, it says, and of the family of the first. What they mean there, of the family of the first. Okay, there's one, the father of Hezekiah's secretary. That's after the time of David. Then there's a second, the son of Berechiah, right? The chief Levite musician. This is what it means when it says La Menatzeach, to Ha Menatzeach, to the Menatzeach, to the chief musician, to the musical director, the presenter, to the leader, right? In some translations, under Dawid, right? So this is one way as well, just going through kind of like the word by word, right? So you see how this is kind of parsed out a little bit. So let's just go through this again, just to get the first verse right here. La Menatzeach, to the chief musician, to the Menatzeach. Now here it doesn't have Menatzeach, which is a build. It's a build from the basic Natzach. Natzach, 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 right? Natzach, right? The BDB has to excel, to be bright, to be preeminent, to be perpetual. See the next entry to be overseer, as we've pointed out, and we like to point this out. Hopefully ones pick up on what is being pointed out in the Brit Chadasha, in the renewed or new covenant, Brit Chadasha. From the Hebrew, can take on both significances in translation. We have the Menatzeach, Menatzeach, as the overcomer, right? And was the one who overcomes. This is a connection with the overseer. See what it says, overseer, overcomer. But the basic sense of it is to endure, right? In the PL sense, Menatzeach is to act as overseer, right? Or superintendent, or director, or chief. The KJV says chief musician, the musical director, Menatzeach, right? So right here, to glitter, to be preeminent. You see, when it says to be, so the main words here in Strong's, a key, for best practices and study procedures, you see the words that are italicized here, in Strong's definition, these are like the key kind of words, but then the rest of it outside of italics seeks to put into context. We came across, and then as we started to study the actual text and try to figure it out, then we went back to this, that, oh, wow, it was kind of showing this from the beginning, right? That properly, right, it means to glitter. But to glitter in what sense? To glitter from afar, right? Properly means to be eminent. And eminent in what sense? For example, the Menat Seyach, right? The chief musician, musical director, as a superintendent. And then here they bring out the context. And when you study this word or you study the different scriptural evidence, you recognize one of the chief ways this word is used in the sense of Menat Seyach is of the temple services, the aboda, avodot, right? The aboda is a word that means to work, to serve, right? Some translation, they might put it as servant, right? One of the forms, or even slave, but it means to work, right? As we were the bondmen, and that's one translation, the bondmen of Pharaoh, right? And Yahweh brought out his son, Yisrael, and we became his, right? His, not bondmen, but his servants. So it's an interesting word. They both can refer to certain kind of physical labor, right? Right. And also within the context of worship and service, right? So the temple services and its music, right? Then we have to be permanent. So now after the colon and the hyphen, after the word permanent, you see there's a colon, two dots, one on top of the other, and a hyphen, right? So after the colon and the hyphen in the Strong's definition, the word you find there is how the word has been translated either here or there, right? Here or there. So we go over this. I know some of you are already familiar with this, but we go over this not just to remind, but in education, repetition is necessary, because sometimes one might say, okay, yeah, I know that, but then they are stumbling over something because what they allege to know is not really being applied, right? You have to apply the knowledge, apply the science. So here we have like Excel. In some places, the natsach, right, roots of menatzeyach brings out the sense of excel, right? In the menatzeyach form from the root natsach is chief musician or singer, right? In the sense of to oversee natsach, right? Or the overseer, the menatzeyach. So to oversee, natsach, the overseer, menatzeyach, right? Or even a sense of set forward, right? So here we have la menatzeyach al hagitit, all. It's not al. Al would be with an aleph. This is an ayn, right? Ayn, right? All. Like as in aliyah, but this here means like up upon, right? Up upon, above, upon something. All hagitit. It's like when we say, even in English, you say, yo, on this. Even if somebody says on God, even though that would be kind of strange using the same words, but the spirit of it is like al ha gitit, like on the gitit, right? So what is the gitit? Gitit, right, is a wine press, right? Now, some scholars and Torah, scholars and others, academics, and studying this, they sometimes pose questions like, for example, a musical instrument. We do see it in connection with musical instruments from this root sense, right? From Gath, yes, from Gath, because Gitit, right, is from the root got, right? Got, right? People say Gath, but Gath is the English, a Gentile pronunciation, right? It would not be, we don't use the vowels in that sense for this sort of a word. Got, right? From got. Getit from got, right? Get got. Getit from got. And used in 3 psalm titles, namely Psalm 8, Psalm 81, our psalm here, and Psalm 84, right? Psalm 84. Now, here's what's interesting. Remember, we're in this season now, the Shabbatot, of comfort, right? 7 of them, right? As we count 7 Shabbats, we come to what's called Pentecost, or the 50th day, the Chamashim Yom, right? We also have this pattern here, right? As we are coming up to what is called the Fall Festival, or the third of the 3 times, the third of the Shalosh Regalim, right? The three pilgrim festivals. 3 times in the year shall all the males of Israel appear in the place that Yahweh Shemo Sham, that he sets his name, Shemo Sham, Shemo Sham, a song title used for the Feast of Booths. You know what the Feast of Booths are? Feast of Booths, this is Sukkot. Sukkot. We could call it, we could interpret and translate it quite accurately, to bring out even another sense of Sukkah and Sukkot as the Feast of Huts. The Feast of Huts. The Feast of Tabernacles is how it's more usually known, right? So you see this connection here, song title used, right? A song title used for the Feast of Booths. Now, why is that important? Because we said the title, one of the titles or subject kind of titles of the psalm, right, is it's a festival meditation. When we study it, right, in other words, by saying festival meditation, if we needed to, in a discourse or a debate, we can prove from the contents of the psalm that it's a festival. It's pointing to the festival, but particularly to the Feast of Booths. But according to the tradition, connecting the psalm with the harvest festival and tabernacles. Remember the 7 Shavuot, 7 feasts, right after first fruits, in the first of the 3 times, in the Passover, unleavened bread time. Then we count, and we come 50 days, 7 times 7, 7 Shabbat. Shabbat is the 7th day, so 7 times 7 is 49. And the word says, on the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, right? And that's what we have, the feast, the Chag Shavuot, Chag feast of Shabuot, right? Shabuot, right? Is the feast of weeks. Shavua is a week. That's what we say. Shavua Tov, Shavua Tov. Some say Shavua Tov, Shavua Tov. Modern Hebrew, Shavua Tov. Ancient pointing, Shavua, Shavua Tov, right? Shavua Tov. Good, good, strong. So the same pattern we have here. Here we're in the second of the 7. We say Shabbat till we come to the 7th month, the 7th moon, right? And the final 3, namely Yom Teruah, that's called Rosh Hashanah, right? And to the Day of the Atonement, Yom HaKippurim, correctly, Yom HaKippurim, that is somewhat falsely called Yom Kippur. The text says Kippurim, not Kippur. Kippur is one, Kippurim is many, right? So the Day of the Coverings, Atonements, right? Then 5 days after that in the 7th month, right? 5 days after that in the 7th month, as we have in Vaughan Benjamin, he alludes to that in the Be Loyal tune right there. And on the 15th, 5 days after the Day of Atonement, which is on the 10th, right, of the 7th month, then we have Sukkot. Sukkot. What is Sukkot? Sukkot is the feast of booths, of huts, of tabernacles, of ingathering, as the Torah says, at the end of the year. This proves what the true meaning of Rosh Hashanah is connected with the season, right? We are ending the gathering, the fulfillment of the feast and festival portion of the year, the 7 months, where we have 7 feasts and festivals, and then we are going out of season, right? And the out of season portion often is referred to as the beginning of the civil year, right? Because the Torah clearly says, right, and the gathering in of your crops at the end of the year, and this is connected with the second harvest, right? The second harvest. I know I'm explaining this, and it'd be good, to be able to kind of like, kind of go point by point, like have something on the screen. So, slicha li, slicha, slichu li, pardon me on that right there. Yeah. But hopefully ones and ones, if you're doing your studies, you definitely will see the connection. So the Feast of Tabernacles is in the 7th month of the year, right? This is a view that many accept, and I also accept this view because I see the evidence within the scripture, right? Others, although others may prefer to associate this particular Psalm here, 81, with the Pesach, Passover. Why? Right? So we have 3 main times. We have the Passover, or called unleavened bread. That's the first. Then 50 days after that, we have harvest or the Feast of Weeks, right? And then roughly let's see, that will occur basically, just to do the time on this, that's a month, month and a half, about 2 months, 3, 4, from 4 months to about maybe 3 more months. So it's almost like 1, 1, 4, 7, or 1, 3, or 1, 3, 4, 7. In other words, the first month, Passover, unleavened bread. Then about 50 days or so later, the third, right, third to fourth month. And then we have the seventh month, another 2 to 3 months, right? This is when these 7 appointments, right, within the holy year, the churchical, the gathering, year. In other words, those in covenant have covenant keeping appointments. It's like when we are in something else and we have a right or a privilege, but we have to check in, right? So 3 times in a year shall all the males of Israel check in. Let's use check in that sense, especially if we're seeking to keep the covenant and be in the way, the truth, and the life. So some associate with Passover. Why? Because the mention of the Exodus that we find in Psalm 81, the mention of the Exodus, right, in verse 5. However, it does mention the Exodus truly in verse 5, right, which in the Hebrew be verse 6, where it says, he appointed it in Joseph for a testimony when he went forth against the land of Mitzrayim. The speech of one that I knew not did I hear, right? And this here, it further connects with Joseph. Joseph also is used in the scripture, right, synonymously for Yisrael, right, for at least the 10 tribes of Israel. But also the connection of the patriarch whose favorite son, according to the scripture, was Joseph, right? So both is true right there. So now, just a little bit more right here. So it is true that the redemption from Mitzrayim is conspicuous. Yeah, that's how that word goes. Conspicuous, right? Is conspicuous, right? It's in the psalm, in this Psalm 81. However, that event, the Exodus event, was the prelude. Let's bring this off the screen right here, Chavarine. Let's put this plain here so ones can see and understand. There we go. And this is the Psalm 81. So it's true that the redemption from Mizraim, the 2 lands of Tawi, falsely called, not fully called, right? Like Kemet. Kemet is like, Mitzrayim means something that is double, right? Like the 2 lands, whether we say upper and lower, whether we say east side and west side, right? So the Kemet is just the east side. You see, this is why we kind of say these things and we say, why is he saying it? So hopefully that will give a little more context. So it's conspicuous in the psalm. But the event of the Exodus, the Yetziat in the Hebrew, the Yetziat or the Exodus, right? That event was the prelude, the Mekdem, to the full development of Yahweh Eloheinu's, his goodness, his chesed, his loving kindness, his mercy. That was to be discerned, fully discerned in the possession, the acquisition, and possession of a fruitful country, producing abundant harvest. Now we said harvest, plural. So this is why it says, you might have heard it read it, right? Or heard it said, the first and the latter rains. The early, or it says the early in some translations, the early and the latter rains. So we see the early rains, right? Pentecost, harvest, and then the latter rains that comes to like the 7th month, the 7th moon at the end of the year when we gather in our crops because the change of the sun cycle. After that, we have about 5 moons, 5 months, and these are the winter months, right? And therefore, the ground is bald. The ground is bald, the korach, right? It is without any, because it's winter time, right? It's a change of season, right? So what we have right here, right, there's an abrupt change in Psalm 81, right? A change of theme. When we come to verse 6, KJV wise, that has given rise to some presenting a hypothesis that we have in the Psalm 81 two fragments joined together. All right. So some who have studied this might point out, you might hear this reasoning, and the more you really get to know it, you'll come across it. You'll definitely see the two parts of it, right? But some now interpret that, right, that there are two fragments that are joined together, right? And even if we say, let's just say, for the sake of reasoning, that's so, what some miss is there is a connecting thought. What's the connecting thought? You know what I mean? It's like you're watching a series and it's like previously on such and such. All right. And then when you remember, okay, that's what happened before, you can really get into the second part. But if you just jump in the second part, you don't know what happened in the previous. Right. So there's a connection, right? That the psalmist should pass from a summons to the celebration of the festival, right, to a consideration of its spirituality, its really just and really righteous significance is perfectly natural. So in the beginning of it, right, it's a summons, a call, a summons to celebrate, right? And the celebration of the feast, the festival. And then it moves to a consideration, like a reasoning. Let's reason on the really just. I didn't say religious, I said really just, really righteous. Significance is perfectly natural. Like a musician goes from major to minor, or when someone, you recall everyone here, right? You know, and then when everyone is gathered, right, we're going to celebrate. But hold on, before we celebrate, let's get this clear. This is the context here, right? And also we have a review of Elohim, Eloheinu, Yahweh Eloheinu, his relationship, right? Even more important and more significant than the pseudo-religious or religion idea is the relationship, right, of Yahweh Eloheinu to Yisrael, to the Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israel. Is surely, this is not something that is wrong or unsuitable, especially for a festival hymn, a festival chant. It's like when Rastafari, we say sometimes, or we used to say, I know what the gathering is for. All right. So we're all gathering, we're all here. So what are we here for? All right. Because remember that when we really read the words of instruction and command, right? For the Shabbat, for example, he says, remember. What do you have to do to remember? Huh? You have to think about it. Call it to mind. Right? Remember. Click on it. All right. I notice a lot of times people think about do, and sometimes things just end up do, right? Because there's no thought. What is the intent, the thought? Be mindful. Even the Brit Chadash says, let this mind be in you, right? So in view alike of the general commemorative, there's a general overall commemoration, memorial. When we hear that word memorial, it's connected with the word memory. It's connected with memorize, right? Calling it to mind, commemorative. The come part right there is like together, memorative, right? Remembering something. Let's remember this together. You remember so-and-so? You remember such and such? Oh, yeah. That's the idea there. So the general commemorative purpose of the feast, the festival. So it's not just, okay, we get together, but what's the point? Right? What's the thought? Right? The point of the thought, right? In the mind's eye, right? To the purpose of the festival. And of the particular fact that it was the occasion, right? So in old, say, times, like in Yisrael, right? When they were united, and then when the 10 tribes were gone, and just the Judahites, the Ha-Yehudim, mainly and namely, right? The occasion, and even according to Torah, the occasion was for the septennial recitation. Remember, every 7 years, it says in the Torah, and it's coming up in this 5th book, every 7 years, right? That reciting, right, of the Torah, of the law. So it's not like today where we can, go online or chat GPT or do this or do that. There's many options to information. It's not like even 50 years ago where ones had to either go to a library or go to a bookstore, or someone who has books, you had to actually get a book and copy something, in that old way, right? And then even before that, right? It's only the priests, the Levites, right? The Levites in general, the priests in particular, that had the copies of the scroll. That's why ones and ones look forward to the feasts, the festivals. Why? Because when you go to the feast, you go up to Jerusalem, you know that there, right, where Yahweh said his name was like the Torah scholars, the Levites, the Levites and the Kohanim and the priests, right? So ones and ones look forward to the feasts and festivals because sometimes you can get clarity, you can reason, what I mean, even debate, your peers. We can meet up with our peers and do some peer review. Nowadays, we can do this through technology, but let's understand why the things were written and the context so we can get the spirit of the Torah, not just the letter. Because some people are still in the letter, but it's like, okay, right? But what about now? We have books, right? We don't have to go to the Levites, right? You see, things have, in that sense, improved access to the information, right? So the fact that it was the occasion for the recitation, the septennial, right? I think that means every 7 years, yeah, the recitation of Ha-Torah, of the Torah, and we have examples of this even after the return from the Babylonian captivity of that remnant from the southern kingdom, from the tribe of Judah, in the time of Ezra and Nehemiah and Nehemiah and Zerubbabel, right? And that was based, right, upon that relationship. So the feast, the festival, right, of tabernacles, this was the time, right, of the Shabuah. This was the time of the year. At the end, right, of the holy year. When we say the holy year, we're saying that we have the feasts and festivals from the March, April time, right, roughly the Hebrew lunisolar Abib, and then we push forward for 7 months, and in these 7 months we have these 7 appointments that occur in 3 times and 3 seasons. And so for the fellow Chabarim, fellow Talmudim, I'll say really kind of go over in your own mind's eye to really see how the 7 breaks down into the 3, when they occur and what's to happen when, and the fact that after the 7th month, right, roughly September, October time, right, we really have no feast or festival, of course, with the exception of the Shabbat, the Shabbat day, no holy day, feast or festival that is commanded. We have other feasts, festivals, Purim, Hanukkah, and there's other observations, yes, but those we may do, but they're not what we are commanded to keep in good standing, right, within the covenant, right, based on the Torah and the context before us. So right there, right, I think it's these 3 or 4 verses that bring out the sense right here. We'll go through this here because we do have a Torah reading and feeding before us. Want to get right into it. I kept, but just right here for this psalm that really links with I kept. Right, it does link with the core context of this Torah, this 46 sabbatical study. Here it says, to the chief musician upon Gittit, right, of Asaph. The words a psalm, italicized words not there. Sing aloud, right? Sing aloud to Elohim, right? Our strength. Sing aloud to Elohim, right? To Elohim, our strength. Let me look at this right here. Yeah, Uzenu, our Uz, like they say Uzi, Uzenu, the Uzi of Anu, our Uzi in a sense, Uzenu, our strength. Make a joyful noise, right? A loud shout. Make a joyful noise, Hari'u, right? Lelohe, to the Elohe, to the Elohim of Yaakov. Now here, we could just actually segue here to this Torah portion just based on the key word, right? Yaakov. You see Yaakov, heel holder. This Torah reading and feeding is Ikeb. Ikeb comes from Akov. Akov, let's break this down. Akov might come from Akab, right? Akab, to supplant, circumvent, right? I circumvented him, right? It's almost like I took him by the heel, right? You know, like he was trying to get to it first by grabbed his heel, pulled him back, and then jumped over him. You know what I mean? That's one sense of the akab, supplant, circumvent. Next sense is to follow at the heel. Like he's running, I'm right behind him, right behind you, can't get away. To assail insidiously. So it goes from the basic, the plain, right, to even a more forceful sense. So it can be applied in a good sense or in a not so good sense. The sense of to overreach, to supplant, to overreach, to attack at the heel, right? To hold back, right? Heel grab, right? To swell, to seize by the heel. Figuratively is to circumvent, right? Figuratively, it's like you trip somebody up by the heels. You remember some of us actually, I don't know about y'all, but I remember like in school, sometimes we had to line up, like private school at one time and everything. And sometimes, you're standing behind somebody or somebody standing behind you and they step on the back of your heel. Like you walk in, they step on your, the heel. You know what happens? Like you're almost like, yo, what? Yo, I almost fell, right? Tripping up by the heel. That's the akab sense. But it also can mean to restrain as an estrus. Remember we talk about Ezra? Ezra in the Greek is estrus, right? When they talk about this world, this age, right? The age that's going out is like Esau, right? Like it's like Esau, and the one coming in is Yaakov, because it's as if Yaakov is holding Esau by his heel. You see, that sense of the akab. Akab means to restrain. Now the Torah portion here, Ikeb, right, means to like follow, like as a consequence, But literally, it means like it follows on the heels of. It's like we say, or like it's said sometime in English, that followed on the heel. One thing followed on the heel of another thing, right? Though we don't often, when we use that phrase, we don't often mean it literally, that literally it was behind somebody's heel, but we mean it in the figure of speech. If you understand literally what to follow at somebody's heel is, then you should, in spirit, right, in your mind, understand the spirit of it. But then it says, not all have the spirit. So here it says, take a psalm. Take a what? Take gospel, right? We have to point to that. One time gospel, right, by context, some of the gospel amongst our people once lost and now found, Black Beta Israelites, was good because a lot of times it reflected the scripts, right? It reflected the scripture, right? It made song and chant and melody from scripture, and many times it actually went to the psalm. So when it says take a psalm, it don't mean to take another song and you call it a psalm. It's a psalm of who? Who's that? Right? Who's that? Somebody. And what is that based on? Right? Here it uses the term zimra. Zimra is related to mezmor. Right? Mizmor. Mizmor, right, is song. Right? So we have the mizmor and then we have zimra. Right? To chant. Take a chant and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Right? The psaltery. Right? With the nebel. Right? Nebel is a harp, a lute, a guitar, a musical instrument. One might say, well, why does it say skin bag, jar, pitcher? Well, if you go back to the old musical instruments, you'll see that sometimes, you know like what a guitar looks like? You see that the body of the guitar, I forget technically what it's called right there, the body part, right? The main part where you pluck and it echoes and everything. Yeah, that part there, the old flutes were made out of gourds and other kind of skins, skin bags. This is how they made, the old like harps. So that's why it has a twofold sense. Literally, nebel is like it could be a skin bag, right? In this sense, it's like a harp, a lute, a musical instrument, right? Right? The skin bag for liquids from collapsing when empty. Hence, like a vase. A vase or vase, vase, right? I think most of them might say vase, vase, a vase, as similar in shape when it's full, right? So when you see the body of like even a banjo to a degree or any kind of musical instrument like a harp or like a guitar, those kind of begana, kinnor, what I'm saying? You can see those kind of shapes, what I mean? So to speak, right? Also a lyre, right? As having a body of like form, right? And you see, we do this today, right? We'll take one word that means this literally, and we'll apply it figuratively. And guess what? Everybody will understand. So hopefully ones understand. But then we get to this third verse here. It says, blow up the trumpet. Here we have the shofar, right? Blow up the shofar, blow up the ram's horn, right? Blow up the trumpet, right? Now, this verse, we really have to get in this verse. It's about, there's some really loony ideas, right, concerning the moon, right, amongst those who might say they're Hebrews and Israelites. It's kind of interesting. We need to have a whole reasoning. Even heard there was some debates about a lunar Sabbath. I remember I read this some years ago. I was like, wow. Even though some of the other information that ones and ones had was basically more right and accurate, you know what I'm saying? That was just something different. But here it says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, right? Over here, what we have before us, right? Yeah, blow the trumpet at the new moon. Now, why is this so? Why is it the new moon? All right. Notice here it has Chodesh at the Chodesh. So Chodesh is not the literal word for moon. Just want to point it out. Chodesh is not the literal word for moon. Right? Right? The literal word for moon is Yareach. Yareach. But it's talking about the cycles of the moon. Right? The cycles of the moon. So there's a controversy among some. Some think that the new moon is the full moon. What some of us will call the full moon. Some believe it's the new moon, right? And some have a problem with the idea that the new moon, right, is a time when, for the majority, the moon is covered, right? So some of us agree with this, the patterns of the moon. Others come up with a different philosophy or idea that the new moon is the full moon, right? We do not agree with that, but perhaps that's something that, ones and ones might. If one's does and do's, put a little something in the chat, just to explain a little bit, and we'll see if we can get a reasoning on that. Because perhaps we might learn something, you know what I mean? But be that as it may, from what we have learned here from the scripts, is blow up the trumpet at the new moon, right? So when is the trumpet usually blown, right? Right? We do have the Rosh Chodesh, but in particular, right, on the first day of the 7th month is the Yom Teruah, right? This is a good one right here, right? Just to explain the difference while we cop this one here. They have Yarach, but actually Yareach and Chodesh. Yareach, Yarach is the root word, is a verb. It's not a noun, right? Just to point that out right there. Right, so you see the phases of the moon right here. Well, let's look at the next word right here. Right, just want to show that here. That's one of the reasons why we had that. So some might say, why do you have all these moon things there? It's because of some of the significant points of reasoning and even controversy or controversy among some of I peers. This is why we need peer review, right? In the time appointed. So KJV says in the time appointed, right? From the Hebrew, some bring out at the full moon of our feast day. At the what? At the full moon, right? This is one of the reasons when this verse is properly interpreted, this is one of the reasons why it is a psalm for the feast, the festival of tabernacles, that ingathering, the 7th of the 7 appointments. See, when it says in the time appointed, right? Let's go over here. In the time appointed is the keseh, right? The keseh is the full moon. Keseh comes from this word kasa, right? To cover, right? To cover. See, the moon is actually an object. At least it appears as an object. You know what I'm saying? Some say they went there, others say they didn't go there. That's a whole other discussion, right? But an object, right? And when it's covered over with light, right? When it's, when we say it's full, right? The full moon right here. But some debate off of this, right? Some debate off of this, and I think it's because of a misunderstanding of this is why some would say that the full moon is the beginning of the month. Right, the full moon is the beginning. The full moon is the new moon, should we say. The full moon is the new moon. But it's covered over, right? Covered over, right? It's concealed, right? In the sense of from the Hebrew, it's plumped up. It's plumped up. When we see the moon and it's not full of light, right? It's not fully plump, right? But then when the moon is bright, 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 oh, she's ready, right? That is fill up, right? To fill up the hollows, right? If you look at the moon, even with the naked eye, and perhaps ancient peoples had better vision, right, naturally, like the Dogon people, right? But then we have science, technology. If you really look at the moon, you can see there's the hollows, the cavities, right? I'm sure ancient ones could see that. Many could see that as well, right? Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? And we are under the sun and the moon is above. So looking at the moon when it's filled up, right? Because some would debate, oh, it says cover, it says hidden, hide. There's different words that can be translated as hide, but each one has a context. So here they do something interesting. Notice how they translate in the time appointed. The word moed has to do with appointment, right? Appointed times, like the moedim. It doesn't use that word there. But what the translator, we thinks, was seeking to do was to bring out that truly it is pointing to at the time when the moon is plump up, when she's full of light. You know what I'm saying? When she's full of light, what feast and what festival occurs at the 14th or 15th day of the month, the 15th day of the month? That is only, right, the Feast of Tabernacles. Right? Remember, here's how it begins, right? Look at this verse here. Blow up the trumpet, the shofar. We have the Yom Teruah, right? The Yom Teruah. If you go to, is it 23:23? Not 23 in me, but 23:23. If you go to Leviticus 23:23, right? Somebody get Leviticus 23:23. 23:23, right? 23:23 says, and Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, in the first of the Chodesh, shall y'all have a Shabbat. Notice it. Y'all shall have a Shabbat. That means we shall do a Shabbat, right? There's a standing Shabbat that happens every 7th day. We can't change that, right? But here we're going to do a rest, a cease and desist from other activity. That's the meaning of Shabbat, right? A memorial of blowing of trumpets and holy convocation, right? Y'all shall do no servile work, but y'all shall offer an offering made by fire la Yahweh. Notice this only occurs, right, on the first of the 7th month. And the first of the 7th month, right, this is the day of trumpets, right? The feast, the day of trumpets, the blowing of the shofar, the blowing of the ram's horn. So you see where it says right there in Psalm 81, verse 3, blow up, right? Blow up, right? Ruah. Or this taka, like to clap, clap, right? Interesting sense, like pump up the volume. When we say taka, like, raise it up, like shofar. Shofar is the ram's horn, right? When? In the Chodesh. The Chodesh. And the Chodesh has to do with the first, right? So this here is speaking to the first, right, of the 7th month, the first part of the verse, blow up the trumpet of the shofar, the ram's horn, in the new month, right, in the Chodesh, in the time appointed, or in the full moon, when the moon is covered over with light, on our solemn feast day. Our solemn feast day. And which feast day is that? That is the Feast of Tabernacles, right? The Feast of Tabernacles. The Feast of Tabernacles, it began on the 15th of the 7th month. So this explains how the real calculation of time of month is supposed to go, right? Sometimes people, because, some of the Gentiles may have twisted things or got some things wrong. Now, even things that are very much established, people want to kind of like freestyle remix, right? Oh, the new month begins on the 15th day of the month, when it's, when the full moon begins. Well, how do you explain this verse right here? Right? You know what I mean? First of all, we have to get to the Hebrew context of it. But even from some basics in the English, without going to the Hebrew, it is clear that the feast, Festival of Tabernacles, Chag HaSukkot, it began on the 15th day of the 7th month, when the moon was full. Or when the actual, we say, object was covered over by light. Not partially, not a little slither, not a little more, not half, but it's fully covered over, right? It's covered, right? The moon is covered. Because we can see the moon, even when she is not full of light. We can still see her. We can see a little light over here, then we see the other part is not lit, right? But when she is fully lit, then it is the time appointed. I just want to point that out, the appointed time right there. Now, that right there, we just zoomed in on that, right? Because there's the 3 feasts and festivals, Passover time, right? 50th day called Pentecost or Feast of Weeks time, right? And then we get to the 7th month, Tabernacles. For more on that, Deuteronomy chapter 16:16. So we gave you some easy verses to remember, Leviticus 23:23, right? And Deuteronomy 16:16, right? 16:16, Chabarim, right here. That's why it goes on and says, for this a statute for Yisrael. So for Yisrael, this is hok, right? Hok, right? This is a hok, right? A statute, right? For who? For Yisrael. And it's a law, right? Now, you see how they do sometimes? You know, law usually is Torah in the translation and the underlying text. But here, we can see they're not always one for one in the KJV. Here, law is actually a mishpat, an ordinance or a judgment. This is an ordinance or a judgment. So we have mishpat, a judgment, right, or ordinance of the Elohei Yaakov, of the Elohim of Yaakov. Now, some would say, it's not Elohei. There's no A. There's no E. I didn't say E. I said A. It's sound. We're speaking sound, right? Not the letter, but the spirit. If you say Elohai, Yaakov, then that could be in proper Hebrew to say, my God is Jacob. You got to watch those sort of things there. And then we see the whole connection here. And then this is the first part, right? Getting to verse 5. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony, right? The edut, testimony, right? Right? The laws, statutes, judgments, testimonies. When he went out through the land of Mitzrayim, when he went out, Yatzah, when he exodus. Yatzah means to come out. It means to exit or to exodus, right? Yetziat, exodus, Yatzah, to come out, right? Through or against, depends on the Hebrew context there, against the land of Egypt, Mitzrayim, against the 2 lands, Mizraim, the double straits, right? I heard a language I understood not, right? You see, through, right? Better in the Hebrew sense is against. So KJV says through, but in studying the Hebrew, right? More better is against, right? Remember, they wouldn't let his son go, so he was against them. Check. I removed his shoulder from the burden, right? His hands were delivered from the pots, right? They passed away from that activity. And then we get over here, and here is where here's where we have a kind of a change, right? From these verses here, there's like the second part of it, speaking of Yahweh's redemptive acts, his acts of redemption, right? For Yisrael, redeeming them. And then we get to these important verses that tie in directly with where we're at in this 5th book. In the 5th book of Moses, Deuteronomy, they should call it, or we should actually call it, the next generation. We can say the new generation, but it's really the next generation. Remember, Moshe testified to a generation and a generation, dor wa dor, right? So here we have the redemptive acts, right? The redemptive acts right here. Hear, O my people, I will testify to thee, right? I will testify to thee, right? The Hebrew sense is, hear, O my people, I will admonish you. I'm going to admonish you, right? O Yisrael, if thou wouldest hearken, if you would have been obedient, if you would have been obedient. It's a shama. Shama means to hear, right? But not the letter of the Lord. The spirit of it here is to hear and obey. If you had but obeyed, right? If you had been obedient, right? You heard, see? Yareach malah is more the modern Hebrew sense. Yareach malah. Malah is to be full. Yareach, the moon, right? Malach. But the Hebrew sense right there is the keseh, right? Being plump, being covered over with light, right? So here it says, "O Israel, if thou wilt hearken to me." Now here we get into verses, these verses right here, right? Right. This is the fundamental lesson. Verse 8 here and verse 9, right? So this right here, you know why this is so interesting? Hear, O my people. This is introducing a cardinal or a fundamental principle or a cardinal doctrine, a main teaching. Give us the teaching of his majesty. Give us the teaching, right? The true Talmud. Talmud is the operative word that means teaching. Give us the Talmud Torah, the true teaching of the Torah. So here, right, with this particular verse right here in verse 8, right, introducing the fundamental lesson, right, this links with Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. You get it? You get it? Here, right? Here, right? Shema Ami, Ami. What was the previous Sabbath of comfort from the prophets, from Prophet Yeshaya, Isaiah? Nachamu, Nachamu, Ami. Comfort your Ami, my people, right? It say to your brothers, Ami, my people. Shema me, hear, obey, my people, my brothers. Where are Idabak? Where are Idabak? Where are Idabak? And I will testify. I will do the ud. Ud is the root word. Aida, Aida. Right? The yod and the wow, they go together in a very interesting way. I like to bring that out right there. Because of course, when you look at the ud, you wonder how do we get to Aida, Aida. And that would be a little build. But trust me on this, but check this out and let's make that a point to reason on. Right? The secondary entrance of this is to be a witness. Aida. I, first person. Right? Aida, Aida. This will get ed, and edut, testimony. I will be a witness. Like I will say again and again and again. This is a sense of witness in the Hebrew. I will repeat. I will be a witness. Right? I will testify. Right? I will protest or affirm. You say nay, right? But Yahweh says yay. So I'm going to protest. I'm going to affirm. And I'm going to warn. If Yah say yay and you say nay, warning, exhort, right? Or also enjoin. You see the admonish, aida. And this is the he feel sense. Aida. He feel. Aida, to be a witness. I, first person. Aida bak. I will be a witness against you. Right? I will protest, testify, like reiterate, go over and over again. So you say, why do you keep going over that? Because that's how you testify, right? So until one says, okay, yes, right, acknowledge, accept, right, or say nay and make a counter argument, right? Silence implies, they say consent, but speak on it, right? So this is why it's repeated, it's repetitious. Like if you're correcting somebody or we being corrected and we know we're wrong, but we don't want to say nothing, and we get upset because they keep repeating it because we keep failing to acknowledge the truth, right? Duplicate or repeat, right? Encompass, restore, a sort of reduplication. Anyway, this verse here, it links with Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Right? Then we get to this verse. There shall no strange God, right, be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. Now, the interesting thing about these two verses here, 8 and 9, the fundamental lesson, right? This is the same lesson that Moshe is giving the next generation of Bnei Yisrael, right, of Israelites, right? The children of the Exodus generation. Those who came out didn't go in. Their children, many of them born in the wilderness, they go in, right? But before they go in, Moshe goes over the Mishnah Torah. He repeats Devarim, the words, Deuteronomy, right? So we have Deuteronomy 6 and 4, right? So the teaching, the first, right? This is the teaching here. Notice this right here. The first, verse 8, is speaking about the first command, right? The first word of the command. Anoki, Yahweh Eloheka. I be he who be thy Elohim. The first word of the command is consciousness. Without consciousness, everything falls apart. That's why it says, let this mind be in you. See, the Gentiles, they look at the second word of the command, where it says not to have any other gods, right? As the first. But be that as it may, when we get to this right here, we get the teaching of the second word of the commandment, the second word of the 10 words, right? This is the corollary, right, of the great historical fact enshrined in the first word of the commandment. I'm pointing to Exodus, chiefly Exodus chapter 20, when Eloheinu said it, and then when Moshe reiterated it in Deuteronomy chapter 5. This is all pointing, y'all, fellow disciples, to this area of Torah, right? This is why here we get to verse 10, right? Get to verse 10. Here we go, right? Here we go. This is almost an exact repeat, right, of the first word of the command. Anoki Yahweh Eloheka. But here it has Ha Ma'alka Me Eretz Mitzrayim, right? Harheb Pika Wa Amal Ehu, right? There's 3 verses, there's 3 phrases in this verse, 3 phrases. First phrase, I, Anoki, I myself. So in Hebrew we have Ani, and Anoki. We can get into what the nuance and the difference is, but here, this is the more like, how can I say, Ani is like general I, and Anoki can be more personal, even more selfish I, like more me, like, yeah, we'll break that down. Anoki, right, Yahweh Eloheka. This is the same way we have it, right, in Exodus chapter 30, where they heard Elohim, right, the Elohim speak out of the midst of fire, right, that brought thee out, more better, that brought thee up, right, that brought thee up. It's the Allah, not Allah. Allah means to swear, Allah means to ascend, to go up. Allah, to swear, Allah, to ascend. Allah, right? Ha Ma'alka, right? The one who caused you, right, thee to ascend, Me Eretz Mitzrayim, from the Eretz, right? The Eretz, the land, the earth of Mizraim, right? Of Mitzrayim, right? Then the last part, right? The last phrase is open thy mouth. Look here. Here we have the opening of the mouth, the real opening, right? Not, I know people are going to make the link with Mitzrayim, right? Well, that just proves what the Torah is saying. They came out of Mitzrayim, right? They was told about the false opening of the mouth. That go back to Psalm 107 from the previous Sabbath, where it says, let the redeemed of Yahweh say so. I wish I had thought of this then, but hallelujah, right? For the word, for the spirit now, right? Where it says, let the redeemed of Yahweh say so. Speak on it. Sometimes we might say, like, even in a spiritual, psychological sense, that we are saved, right? But we only would say it when somebody challenges it. You notice that? We only would say it if somebody challenges it. We really don't really say it to ourselves. I am redeemed. I am redeemed. You just by yourself, so to speak. But let the redeemed, right, of Yahweh say so. So here's the real opening of the mouth, right? Here is the open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it, right? Harheb pika, harheb pika, your pet, right? The mouth. Open your mouth, the opening of the mouth, right? Wa amale, I will fill who? I will fill it. I will fill him. I will fill it. And fill the mouth with word sound, right? So open thy mouth. Some translators open thy mouth wide, right? Elohim not only rescued Yisrael from the land of servants, of bondmen, right, of slavery, right, captive, but provided their wants, their desires. They provided what they were lacking. The Israelites were lacking. Yahweh provided for their lack, what they were lacking. He will continue to do so abundantly as long as Amo, the people, his people, Amo Yisrael, are faithful to him. It's folly to go to the gods of strangers, or other people God, OPP gods, for the supply of needs. When Yahweh Eloheinu is able, right, is El Shaddai, he is able to give all that every man, especially every covenant-keeping man, can wish or desire. Right? Here. This is what Yisrael was supposed to be, a light to the world. So if the world's in darkness or disillumination, then Yisrael and we who identify ourselves as Yisrael, right, are responsible, right? Let's just own up. Oh, this is Esau. This is well, how did that happen? For real, how did that happen? How did that continue to happen? Well, we have to wait for Moshiach to come, but didn't he come? For those who do acknowledge, right, even the first, and anyway. Here. This is why the next verse just seals it up. It says, "But my people would not hearken; they would not be obedient." They heard, but they didn't hear. Really hear. I mean, you hear? Yeah, I hear. Do you hear? Right? For real? Do you hear? Right? They did not hear and obey, right, to my voice. And Yisrael, would none of me. Oh my goodness. We got to eat this here, right? Oh, that was the ancestor. You see what they did. Notice, Moshe is speaking to the next generation, and in some ways he's speaking to them as though they are the previous generation, right? But he knows they're not, but they are part of that same continuity. You know what I mean? That's why he says, Yahweh says he will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons to the third and the fourth generation, right? You know what I'm saying? Of those that, that hate him, right? Basically say that they don't hear, they don't really obey what he said. You know what I mean? And Yisrael would none of me. This is an interesting Abba, right? Here we have Abba, not Abba, but Abba, modern Hebrew, Abba. This is like they would not be willing, they would not consent, they would not yield, right? They would not accept, right? They would not breathe after getting to the root, right? The primitive root. They would not breathe after. They would not acquiesce. You know what I mean? Instead they were stubborn, right? And then he goes on and he says, I gave them up. So as we chant this psalm, even as the evening psalm for the fifth day, we're reminded, even in the word sound, right? It should make us think. Remember what I said from before, the mind, the memory, calling it to mind, thinking. What happens a lot of time, we think, well, because we think we know it, I know that, I don't have to think about that no more. I already know that. You know what I mean? But then they'll be eager to learn the same nonsense from the world, that the same nonsense that the world keeps putting out is just nonsense. But they're eager. What's the latest nonsense? All right. So I gave them up. So he did what? So I gave them up. Shalach. The word shalach means send. Shalach means to send. He let them go. He sent them. Right? He sent them. Like, you're holding somebody back. Let me go. I want to do uggery, fuckery. Okay, go. Send them to what? To their own heart's lusts, right? Here we have the word sharirut. Really, it's not lust as it's translated, but it's more stubbornness, to their own hardness, their own firmness, right? Their own twistedness, right? Their own imagination, right? And they walked in their own counsels, in their own mo'etzah. See, Torah was supposed to be our mo'etzah, right? Mo'etzah. right? Our counsel, plan, principle, right? Getting to the purpose, right? For we know that all things work together for the good of those who love Elohim, that love God, and to those who are called according to his purpose, to his counsel, to his advice. So a more better translation, he gave them up to the hardness of their hearts, the hardness of their imagination, their minds. Just let them go. Go do whatever pleases you. Go ahead. Even the word oh is important. Lu is short for lule, right? It's like only if. It's like a conditional. Only if. It's like unlikely, right? But only if, if they just would have, right, that my people are me, that my people, my brothers, had hearkened, right, had heard Shama and had obeyed, right, to me, right? Yisrael had walked in my ways, not their ways, but my ways. So the word became flesh, the way, the truth, and the life. Check, right? I soon and very soon, we are going to see the king, right? Ma'at, right? Shortly, right? Like little by little, right? I would have subdued. What are you saying? Like little by little, I would have subdued their enemies. Check this out. So it's not because our enemies are stronger, wiser, smarter, braver, this or that, necessarily, right? Based on what's written here, right? But it's because we turned away from him, right? And if we had not, he would have subdued, right, their enemies, Kana. Now, this is the word is interesting, Kana'an. When we talk about the Kana'an. So in the Hebrew, Kana'an come from this here, Kana'a. Kana'an. So here we have Kana. To humble, I would have humbled them, right? I would have brought them in subjection, right? I would subdue them. I would have bent their knee, right? If their knee didn't bend, I would have broke their knee. They still would have come down and been humiliated, right? And if necessary, vanquished, right? And Yahweh says here, he would have turned his hand, his yadi, right? Yadi, the real Yadi. This is the real Yadi. Yahweh's hand is the real Yadi. He would turn Yadi. But interesting how that goes, right? He turned Yadi against their adversaries, right? The star, right? Against their adversaries, not just the people adversaries, but also the conditions, the adversities, right? That's why it says in the New Testament quote, he says, I will provoke you to jealousy with a people who are no people. The small had this, the small had that, the small had this. Right? The haters of Yahweh, right? The who, right, should have submitted, right? They should have kachash, right? This is an interesting word. It has a sense of, they say submit, right? As you go through it, right? They should have even feigned submission. Like the haters should have even just pretended to go along with Yahweh's program. You know what I mean? Even though it might have been a lie, they should have submitted. So it's a different sense of submit, right? It's a different sense of submit, right? Right here, right? Themselves to him, right? But their time, their what? Their eight. Remember Moshe here in this Torah reading, and he says, and at that time, right? The previous, right? 45th, wa'et chanan, and at that time, right? Ba'etahi, at that time, right? But their time should have endured olam, for a long time. It's a time out of mind. You see what? There we go. The Hebrew kachash literally means lie, right? So here in this verse in the Psalm, it says that the haters of Yahweh should have lied. Right? Like their father Satan. They should just lie. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, You know what I'm saying? But no, they came in outright. They should have feigned. But the Hebrew, the spirit of it, literally is lied, kachash, right? Or dissembled, right? But here, bringing out the sense of it, they should have yielded feigned obedience, right? They should have yielded feigned obedience, right? It would have been better for them. Right, because even Yahweh, he does good. His son, the air, the life, things of life, he gives to the good and those who are no good. You see what I'm saying? Alike. And sometimes if we be the no good, we start to recognize, the good, right, has given to us even though we were no good. sometimes that changes, even though we were pretending to feigning obedience, right? It may actually become real obedience because you come to that Damascus road. You hear what I'm saying? That Damascus road moment. He should have fed them with the finest of wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, right? The fat of wheat, right? All the wheat that's fat. Yo, that's fat, man. That's fat. Yo, look at that crop. Your wheat, that should feel there. Yeah, that's fat, man. Enough crops, right? The fat, the finest, the fat. See how we even use fat with a PHAT? It's the same Hebrew sense, right? Literally saying like fat, right? But that is to say the finest, right? It is the chaleb, it's the fat, right? To say fat, human fat, right? Fat of beast. Like if there's an animal, you want to be, you know what I mean? If it's a fruit, you want to have some fat in it, choice is the best part, right? The abundance. You see where it's dealing with the products of the land? And remember that the fall festival, the 7th month, Feast of Tabernacles, is at the end of the year, the harvest, the latter harvest. So that right there, we went through a little bit more, but just in the spirit and in the truth, could have zoomed in on certain areas, but given one a hopefully a good overview. But this we're gonna do right here. Can we shift to this Torah reading and feeding right here? Right, the 46 sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. I mean, already right here in these verses, right? These verses here, this admonition, right? The admonition already kind of brings out that sense. But here, let's move forward. Okay, we're gonna begin with history of Edom and Khazaria. yeah. It's just how I see what's happening. Sometimes we'll send them one way, but sometimes the order will change. But be it as it may it as it be right here. Let's deal with this psalm is very important because when Yeshua, right, was in the wilderness, right, and the tempter Satan, right, the adversary, the prosecutor, was seeking to tempt him, right? You know what I mean? To tempt him and everything. Yeshua's responses to that temptation is actually contained here in this Torah reading and feeding. Now, one of the reasons why you're going to see, at least in our presentation, some connection here in the Shavua with Edom and Esau, is because of Ikeb. What does Ikeb really mean, Chabarim? What does Ikeb really mean? So, Ikeb. So where do we pick up? Right here. Just a little milk and honey right here.
Shower me with love, yeah. Jaja bring forth honey, don't stop. Jaja bring forth milk and honey, don't stop. Let the newsmen write what they wanna write. Let the wicked believe what they wanna believe.
Man, he took off their chariot wheel.
So here, 46 sabbatical study. This Shabbat strong here, 46 sabbatical study. This Shabbat strong. Ikeb. So here, 46 sabbatical study here, bringing up this with the LOJS site right here. And let's bring this out right here. Here we go, right here. Ikeb, right? Consequently, some translations bringing us consequently. Indih'h'm, Yihonal, Bamarinya, right? Indih'h'm, and like this, Yihonal, it will be. So Ikeb, right, can be targum to say, and like this is going to be as a consequence It is going to be. So here we pick up here with Deuteronomy chapter 7 at verse 12. Deuteronomy chapter 7 at verse 12 to 11:25. To 11:25 right here. Here we're going to touch on the first two, right? Torah reading and feedings right here for the second day, right? Maybe touch on a portion of the third, but here, this is, you can go to the site so you can see the bite size portions right there, lojs.org, or put in the search lojs.org, then put Torah portion, and then hit the search, and you should see the link there, archives, the archives. Yes. So we have another Shabbat of comfort reading from Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 49. Watomer Zion, and Zion, she said, and Zion, she said, and she, Zion, said, Watomer Zion. Isaiah, Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 49, verses 14 to 51 and 3. And in the Brit Chadash, we have Hebrews chapter 11, focus verses 8 to 13. And Romans chapter 8, focus verses 31 to 39. Right, let's bring this in here. These are some of the topics and themes right here. The blessing, right? Blessings, code for obedience, for hearing and obeying, right? Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 1, a warning not to forget Elohim in prosperity. That's a lesson even today. Forget the Creator in the good times. In the bad times, we may rely and depend on the Creator. Things get better, and then we think, "Oh, my hand has done this. I'm so smart." You know what I mean? So there's a warning not to forget Elohim in prosperity, right? Deuteronomy 9:1, the consequences of rebelling against Elohim, right? Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 1. The second pair of tablets, right? The first pair of tablets, and here the second pair. Right? Remember, Moshe broke the first, yeah? Right? Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 12, the essence of HaTorah. What is the essence of HaTorah? Right? Deuteronomy 11:1, rewards for obedience. Right? So the prophet's reading here, the Shabbat of comfort, right? Isaiah 49:8, Zion's children to be brought home. Zion, the children of Zion, the children of the king, the children of Zion to be brought home. Isaiah 50:4. But now notice, in this world today, when we say Zion, and we talk about Zion, it's like Zion has gotten a bad name. Not because of us or those who are of us, right? The whole Zionism, ism, schism, so forth and so on. But, let's not throw out the baby in the bathwater, right? So Zion, Zion's children, her children, to be brought home, right? 50:4, the servants' humiliation and vindication. The servants, what? Humiliation and vindication. Bless up. May the blessings, prosperity up. Right? You know what I mean? But the Berkot, blessings in store for Yahweh's people, for Yah's people, for Jah's people. Isaiah 51:1. So we're going to get right into this, to get right into the reading right here, the reading and feeding right here. Oh, let me clear that. Right there, right? Reading and feeding. It's at the LOJS for this Torah reading and feeding right here. Right? So just a quick overview, and we're going to pick up, right? Pick up. So here we pick up with Deuteronomy chapter 7, right? Deuteronomy chapter 7. So here at the third reading, we're at Deuteronomy chapter 7, right? Verse 12, right? Chapter 7, verse 12. Oh yeah, I gotta share that one for one. Yeah, chapter 7, verse 12, right there. So here. Give me one moment so we can send to this. Here we go. All right. So the 46th sabbatical say for this Shabbat strong. This reading from HaTorah, and the third reading from the book of Deuteronomy. That's called Deuteronomy. Right? Is named Ikeb. Ikeb is a word from the first verse of the portion of the Parsha, right? Deuteronomy, Devarim 7:12 says, then it shall come about, or Ikeb, as a consequence, Ikeb, consequently, Ikeb, and then it shall come to pass, Ikeb, because, right, Ikeb, you listen, you hearken and obey to these judgments and keep to do them, right? Sometimes the translation would be like, and keep and do them, but even from the previous Torah portion, we're meant to bring this out. It actually says, and keep to do them. We guard it to do it, right? Not just keep and do them, but here it says, and keep and do them, that Yahweh your Elohim, right, will keep you, will guard you, will keep with you his covenant, Barito, right, and his loving kindness, his chesed, right, that he swore to your forefathers, that he swore to the patriarchs, mainly to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. This is why he says, right, he says, I am the what? The Elohim, Elohei, Abraham, Elohei, Yitzhak, Elohei, Yaakov, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We can say the God of the Hebrew Trinity, patriarchal Trinity. Usually the word Ikeb means heal, right? Usually the word means heal, right? In fact, this word shares the same three-letter, right? In the Afro-Shemitic language, is usually tri-continental, three letters. Most root words boil down to three main letters, right? Three-letter root as the name Yaakov, Jacob, whose name actually means heel or heel holder, heel grabber. He was born holding on Esau's heel, Esau's heel, aka called Edom later on. However, in Deuteronomy 7 and 12, the word Ikeb, it means on the heels of, to bring out the translative sense of because of, the idea of as a consequence, of. This portion of Deuteronomy, it speaks of the rewards. So as a consequence of doing, right, hearing and doing his way, this is the results, right, that will come to the Beta Israel, the Beta Israelites, Beit Yisrael, on the heels as a consequence of keeping Yahweh's covenant, his Berit, and his commandments, right? So here, there's another theme in the portion commentary, and it's blessing. It's a blessing, Baruch Atah Yahweh, right, at meals. The thought for the Shavua, one of the thoughts here is we thank you, our Holy Father, right, for your holy name that you have caused to dwell in our hearts, and for the knowledge, faithfulness, and eternal life that you have made known to us, to I and I, through your servant Yeshua. Yours is the glory forever, right? Now let me zoom in on this so you can see this. This is the first doxology. Remember that the early followers of the Nazarene called Christians later on that they were Yehudi, Judahites, and Israelites. Yes? So in the first doxology, right, this is like coming into what they will call the Christian times, basically built on what the salvation of HaYehudim, the salvation of the Judahites called the Jews, right? According to translation. First doxology of the grace after meals from the Didache, or the Didache. Didache is the teaching, Didache, right? The Didache, right, as translated. Now, not to get into a big reasoning on this right here, but the Didache is almost like the Greek way of bringing out Talmud in the sense of teaching. There's also the teaching, give us the teaching of his majesty, give us the right teaching, right? So here, that grace after meal. So, like after we eat, we sit down, we sup and eat, and someone say, hey, the grace, speak the grace, right? Here, this is based on this here from Deuteronomy 8 and 10, right? When y'all have eaten and are satisfied, y'all shall bless Yahweh your Elohim for the good land. For the what? The good land that he has given you. You check the context there? So some say, well, you're supposed to pray before the food. We can, right? But actually in the order there are certain blessings before we eat, right? But there's also the grace after we eat, and that is based on the Torah, right? Though it might be talked about in some Midrash and some Talmud and some Gemara, some Mishnah, but it's basically based on what's here, right, in Deuteronomy 8 and 10, right? When you remember what Yeshua said, all that they bid you to observe, observe and do, but don't do after their works. Check. When you have eaten and are satisfied, you shall bless Yahweh your Elohim for the what? For the good land that he has given you. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 10. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 10. So here, just touching on that as the basics. So Shema'an, Yisrael, here. Right? Shema Yisrael. Here we go. Let's bring up the Shema. Full of fold here, as chanted by Queen Makeda, and the word from the scripts from Brother Elder Malachias Edek Melchizedek.
Because you have rejected his instructions.
Because of the rejection of his directions, his instructions, the Torah. So I was looking for this right here, but couldn't find it. I'll bring it up the a cappella version of it, right? That was Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9. It's the first part of the tefillah, the standing prayer, Amidah, going all the way back to the time of the first century, Mashiach, and even before. That's why Yeshua said, right, that we know what we worship. There's a certain pattern and order that was reserved by the tribe of Judah, right, or euphemistically called the Jews, right? So Yeshua said concerning, he says, whether they bid you to observe, observe it and do. Well, don't do after their works, right? So they knew what the truth was, and the truth was codified, right? But then people do the next thing. People got the Bible, and the Bible says all this wonderful and good things, but then, people choose what they choose, yeah? So right here, just the first part of this right here, right? Just to kind of play this right here so you can understand what she was saying right there. We're going to stop it. Yeah, we're going to stop it. I'm not going to play the whole track here, just so you can understand the importance of Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9. Then we also have in the fuller chapter 11, verses 13 to 21. And then we read and chant, right, as part of the daily, right, Numbers chapter 15, verses 37 to 41. But just the first part right here, Shema Yisrael. There we go.
Yes, sir.
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God
Adonai Elohenu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad.
thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my gates, my gates, my gates, my gates, my gates, my gates.
Yes. Small steps. So full of the Shema right here, right? Often ones, I picked up on the Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Yes, that's a good start, right? Like keeping the Shabbat, and then the feast, the festival times, times for rest and reflection, and calling to mind, heart and mind. So here we have the full, right, of, we say, the Shema, right? Not just Deuteronomy 6 and 4, yes, as Yeshua said about the first of the commandments from the previous Torah reading and feeding. Yeah. So here we have the full, right? And thou shalt love. This is often called the ahabta. Ahab, love, ahabta. You male shall love, ve'ahavta. Modern Hebrew, ve'ahavta, ve'ahavta. And you shall love Yahweh Eloheka with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words that I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, in thy mind, right? And thou shalt teach them diligently. Now, the thing about the word diligent is shanan. Shanan means to sharpen, to whet. So the translation says teach, but directly in the Hebrew, you shall sharpen, you shall wetten. To sharpen, wet, like, you're sharpening a sword, right? Wet it, sharpen it. You shall sharpen, you shall wetten, right? You shall sharpen them, right? Like it says, like you shall sharpen and sharpening them, teach them diligently, sharp, right? On point, to thy children, literally directly to your sons, to whom more is given, more is required, point blank, period. And thou shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, when we're sitting in the house, the teachings, right? The study, when thou sittest in thy house, right? And when thou walkest by the way. Some people say, church on Sunday. So only on Sunday should we talk about these things. One day, yeah? No. And thou shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way. Some say, we're just talking about the word all the time. Well, that's how you learn it. That's how you get in your heart and your mind. And when thou walkest by the way, the truth, the life, and when thou liest down, when thou lay down, and when thou risest up, right? And thou shalt bind them for a sign. Now, from this verse, we get like the tefillin, and the phylacteries, the strap on the left hand, and the box with the scriptures, at the top of the head, the frontal lobe. But we can also see this a little bit differently, right? That's a literal way. Sometimes ones do something in the outer way, but the essence is the inner meaning, right? And thou shalt bind them, right? Thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, right? This means here a sign upon your hand, the work, right, that we do, right? The work that we do. And people say, well, how can the Torah, what the commands be for the work that we do? Maybe doing a feast of, no, that when we do a work, we do it honestly with our hand. We do not hold back the wages of the hired one. You know what I mean? We don't do any, unlawful violence with our hands. That's it, unlawful. Right? And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. Right? Some talk about the third eye. Oh, the third eye. The master, Robenu Yeshua, speaks about, if your eye be single. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the first eye, the single eye. So between, as a frontlet, what the frontlet is? The frontal lobe. It's interesting because here, this is Torah 1,000 years ago. And if we say, well, they had, and Yahweh was given a knowledge of the importance of the frontal lobe, people say, oh, no, how would they know about that way back then? You know what I mean? Well, how do you know about it? All right, because someone else did the research, but those who study this recognize, wait, what is the front lip between the eyes? Yes, they make the phylacteries and other things, so forth and so on. Yes, that's a way, that's like teaching your children, certain things. You know what I mean? You write very large, write the letters large. But when they get it, then they can write it, very beautifully small, right? And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. That's the first eye. That's what the master says, Robeno, the rabbi, Yeshua HaNotri. And he said, if your eye be single. So we have our physical eye, and then we have the eye of the mind, the mind's eye, right? So the works of our hands. Also the worship. Remember the word for worship, like the Torah from yada means to put up your yad, to put your yad up, put your hands up, right? But of course, to put your hands up in worship, but also in your life, your liberty to halak, to walk it out, to perform it, to proceed in our life as well, and also keep it in our consciousness, our conscious mind. And thou shalt write them. That means the Israelites must have had literacy. How are you going to write something if you don't got no literacy, if you don't know letters? I don't know the letters. I know how to talk, but I don't know how to write down what I talk. No, thou shalt write them. So this is the point about the Israelites' literacy. And why literacy, when you talk about fundamental human rights, you say that literacy, reading, writing, and arithmetic, those three there, fundamental human rights. And if we are lacking on any one of those, right, and also if I'm lacking too, we all, right, let's sharpen on these right there. Because look right here, the command here is, thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house. You think this is what Israelites say? You know what? I don't know no letters. Well, we have to teach our brother. That's how you love your brother. Yeah? I don't mock him. Oh, you don't know how to read. You can't read. It's if one is unteachable or not teachable, not willing to learn, they mock themselves. But here, write them. So they had literacy. And write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. Right? And this is where we pause right here. Pause for the chorus. So here for the ICAB right here to keep it pushing. Here we pick up right here where we left off, right? And where do we leave off right here? We left off at verse 11, right? Left off at verse 11. Let me see if I can find that verse, right? It might not be here. It might be in the other chapter. Okay, right? To do them. But let's go over here, right? So it says, which I command thee this day to do them. So here's what we pick up right here, right? Here's what we pick up. Wherefore it shall come to pass. You see the if, right? If. Wherefore it shall come to pass if, right? So all those words, wherefore it shall come to pass, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, those 7 words are to bring out one word. And that's the one word, the key word of this Torah reading and feeding. You see how they put the H61 18, H6118, right? There is the ICAB. There's the ICAB, right? So what we're reading is not the letters in English kind of help, but it's the Hebrew. No, the phonetics is more correct there. ICAB, right? ICAB. Consequence, as a consequence. The consequence, as a gain, as a reward. Consequently uses the adverb, as a consequence of, right? As a result of, a consequence. The last, the heel, as a compensation, following up, right? And it shall follow, right? So here, let us begin right here, just the 2 aliyot here, first and second day. Let's go over here, Shema Yisrael. Here we go right here, 46 sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong.
Shalom, Chabarim. Shabbat Shalom. Shalom, Chabarim. And here. Give ear, Shema. Give ear right here. For the 46th Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Here. The third reading here in the 5th and final book of HaTorah, Jah's direction, instruction, and here for this 46th. Shalom, Chabarim. Shabbat Shalom. Shalom, Chabarim. Shabbat Shalom. Shalom, 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 Chabarim. And here. Give ear, Shema, give ear right here. For the 46th Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Here. The third reading here in the fifth and final book of HaTorah, God's direction, instruction, and here for this 46th Rastafari sabbatical study, picking up with the promise of victory. Here, picking up in the fifth book, known as Deuteronomy, in chapter 7, at verse 12, the promise of victory. And here for the Rishon Aliyah, for the first reading, the first up offering up. Here for this Shabbat Aikeb, Sendet, Indih'h'm, Yihonal. Shema, Gevir, B'Shem Ha'ab, We'Habein, We'Ruach Kadosh, Yahweh Echad, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who He be, the One. And here, Shema, give ear, here for the Rishon, for the first reading, up offering for this sabbatical, for this Shabbat, Aikeb. With Haya Aikeb Tishmauna Eitaha Mishpatim Haele O Shamaritem wa Sitem Otam with Shamaria Eloheka Leka Etaha Brit with Etaha Chesed Asher Nishba La Evoteka. Wherefore it shall come to pass with Haya Aikeb. Wherefore it shall be, and it shall be the consequence. It shall be the result. Indih'h'm Yihonal. Aikeb. With Haya. Aikeb. Tishamu'una. Eta mishpatim ha'ele. If consequently the results of y'all hearkening to these judgments, with Haya Aikeb Tishmauna Heitaha Mishpatim Haele U Shamartem, and keep and guard Wa Sitem Otam, and do them. With Shamaria Eloheka Leka, that Jehovah the I, Elohim, true good, true God, shall keep, shall guard to the I. With Shamaria, with Shamar Yehovah, Eloheka Leka, shall keep to the eye Etaha Berit, the covenant, with Etaha Chesed, and the mercy and the loving kindness. Asher Nishba'a Laiboteka, that which he swear to thy fathers, to thy patriarchs. And he will love the eye, and bless the eye, and multiply the eye. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy land, thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil, the increase of thine kine, and the flocks of thy sheep, in the land which he sware to thy fathers, thy patriarchs, to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female, zakar or nekeba, barren among you, or among your cattle, and Yahweh and Jehovah will take away from the eye all sickness, and will put no one of the evil diseases of Mitzrayim, of Kemet, of Egypt, which thou knowest, upon thee, but will lay them upon all them that hate thee. And thou shalt consume all the people which Yahweh Eloheka, which Jehovah the Elohim shall deliver. I deliver thee. Thine eye shall have no pity upon them, neither shalt thou serve their Elohim, their gods, for that will be a snare to thee. If thou shalt say in thine heart, these goyim, these nationalities, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? Thou shalt not be afraid of them, but shall remember what Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the Elohim, did to Paro, and to all Mitzrayim, and to all Kemet, Egypt. The great temptations which thine eyes saw, and the signs, and the wonders, and the mighty hand, and the stretched out arm, whereby Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the Elohim, brought thee out, so shall Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, do to all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim will send the hornet among them, until they that are left and hide themselves from thee, I be destroyed. Thou shalt not be afraid at them. For Yahweh Eloheka, for Jehovah the I Elohim is among you, a mighty and terrible. Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim will put out those nations, nationalities before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim shall deliver them to thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of the Elohim, the gods, shall ye all burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it to the eye, lest thou be snared therein, for it is an abomination, la Yahweh Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, to Beit Ekah, lest thou be a cursed thing like it, but thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is an accursed thing. For this sabbatical, for this Shabbat, Shema, here, give ear, fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book that's called Deuteronomy chapter 8, warnings and instructions. All the commands which I command thee, this day, shall ye all observe to do, that y'all may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Jehovah sware to your fathers, your patriarchs. And thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, led thee these 40 years by Midbar in the wilderness, to humble thee, and to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers, thy patriarchs know, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh, of Jehovah, doth man live. Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider in thine heart that as a man chasteneth his son, so Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, chasteneth, disciplineth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, to walk in his ways and to fear, to respect him. For Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, for the good land, the Tobah, land which he hath given thee, and hear, Shema Yisrael, hear, O Yisrael, for the Sheni Aliyah, the second up offering up for this Shabbat Aikeb, this Sendet Indih'hm, Yihonal, hear, fifth book of Moshe, Hebrew book that's called Deuteronomy chapter 8, here at verse 11, for the Sheni, for the second reading, the second Aliyah, up offering up for this Shabbat Aikeb. Hishamer leka pena tishekach Yehovah Eloheka lebiltia shmora miotzotayo uamisha patayo wehukotayo asher anokia mitzawota hayom. Beware that thou forget not Jehovah, the I Elohim. Hishamer leka pena tishekach Yehovah Eloheka, and not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes. Libilitia shemora mitzvotayo uamisha patayo wichukotayo, which I command thee, this day. Asher anoki mitzaweka hayom. Lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses, and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thine heart be lifted up, and thou forget Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, which brought thee forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, Egypt, from the house of bondage, who led thee through that great and terrible Midbar wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions and droughts, where there was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed thee Bamidbar in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers, thy patriarchs knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee, to do thee good at thy latter end. And thou say in thine heart, my power and the might of mine hand have gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he sware to thy fathers, thy patriarchs, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, and walk after Elohim Acharim, other Elohim, and serve them and worship them, I testify against you this day that ye, y'all, shall surely perish as the nations, the Goyim, the international community, which Yahweh Jehovah destroyed before your face. So shall ye, y'all, perish, because ye, y'all, would not be obedient to the voice of Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah, y'all, Elohim. And hear, Shema Yisrael, give ear, O Yisrael. Fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy, chapter 9. Warnings and exhortations. Hear, O Yisrael, thou art to pass over Yarden, Jordan, this day, to go in to possess nations, Goyim, greater and mightier than thyself, cities great and fenced up to Shemaim, to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakim, whom thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard, saying, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand, overstand therefore this day that Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, is he which goeth over before thee, as a consuming fire. He shall destroy them, and he shall bring them down before thy face. So shalt thou drive them out and destroy them quickly as Yahweh Jehovah has said to thee.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burns. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
So here, the first two aliyot right here, first two readings, up offerings right here. And just to point something out right here. You remember this part, in Psalm 81, testify against you, this part here, the content and the connection with the festival psalm, Mizmor Fe Aleph, right there. I testify against you this day. If you'll choose to do otherwise, we would choose to do otherwise. What would happen, right? Even as those other nations. Now, this is also another key point of interest right here. There's a lot of gems within these Torah readings and feedings, and even we find that there's a lot of application of these words elsewhere to our liberty, right? Hebraically speaking. But this verse here, right here, it says, "But thou shalt remember Yahweh Eloheka," right? You should remember Eloheinu, right? For why? For is He, even He who be, that giveth thee power, the ability to get wealth, right? That He may establish His covenant. There's something very interesting about the context of what is said right here. All right. So we can have a reason of saying, so what is the reason for wealth? As a bracha, as a blessing. All right. Well, it's all about the covenant right here. All right. Because I know people look at the scriptures, even ones who are not believers or somewhat, creditors or have a bad credit, they look to the scripts, to derive, like certain motivational things. But this is a very important motivational word right here, don't you think? But thou shalt remember Yahweh Eloheka. Remember the key, the operative word is remember, right? Thou shalt remember. And what is remember called to mind? Remember Yahweh, right? Eloheka, He who be, thy Elohim, thy creator, thy almighty power. Why? For it is He that giveth thee power, the ability, in other words, the ability to get wealth. For what reason? To give us the ability to get wealth, but it doesn't just end there. There's a point, ability to get wealth, so that He may, right? He may establish Barito. So you see the connection of the covenant, the Barit. Interesting how that word Barit, right? If you contract it, it sounds like Brit, Barit, right? Barito, His covenant. So the purpose of getting wealth, first of all, us remembering Yahweh Eloheka, right? Why? Because it's He, even He who be, that gives us the ability. Okay, let me break down like the whole ability thing, right? So it says the power, right? Koach. We have that chant, that tune, sabbatically in the Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming, the receiving, Kabbalah, right? Kabbalat Shabbat. We have the Ana B'Koach, right? Ana B'Koach, in thy power, in thy strength, in thy might, right? The power, the ability, right? To get wealth, right? To get asa, but actually the word asa means to do, right? To do, the word asa, to do, right? Asa, to do. What's interesting about the word asa is that it's related to the name of Esau. So we have asa, right? To do, and then we have Esau, which is Esau, right? And it's interesting, Esau, we'll get into this, the connection of the word asa with Esau, but it's like he's like a made man, right? Esau is like a made man, right? If you think about it, to make, to do, right? But it's also about what, to do. In other words, the whole faith versus works reasoning. There's a deeper aspect. Not saying that work is not important, But when you kind of deep end on the work side, yeah, you see, to do it by your own hand. But it's him that gives us the ability to do, right? To get is to do here in the Hebrew sense. To do what? To do chayil. That right there, to do chayil. Right? We say Hayla, right? Hayla Selassie, power of the Trinity. Hayla Mariam, power of Mary. Hayla Mengis. Power of Mengistu, his kingdom, his government. But here we have chayil. Chayil, strength, might, efficiency, right? Strength, might and power, right? But the word also, right, brings out the sense of wealth, right? Let me get back to that word chayil here. So here we have chayil. So when you say, oh, Hayla is not Hebrew, you can tell them, you're going to hear, okay. So the sense of power, wealth, the force be with you. The might, the power be with you. Look how that goes. Whether it's of men, so if you have enough men, that's like an army. If you have means, you could have strength or have a overcoming. This word chayil is not just power, but it almost means like overpowering. Like overpowering, right? But means, like one's means is a form of power, right? You have means or other resources. So this word here is basic meaning chayil, right? As we say, as the name Chayla Selassie. So here we have chayil. We hear stupid things, right? Of unlearned, uneducated ones that, and sometimes they can convince and persuade other people who are, and we say stupid, we're not trying to be insulting. It's just what it is. The word is in the dictionary, stupid. Right? You see, dumb means like, one can't speak. You know what I'm saying? If we really look at words in the proper context, but the word here in its proper context, right? It can be army, wealth, virtue, valor, strength, but it has a sense of might and power or force. Whether the force is exercised or is manifestable in men, in means, or some other source or resource. Right? Some other source or resource. Right? So to this verse here, when we really do a breakdown in the bill, it's still speaking of wealth, but you need to look at wealth in the core aspect. Like the force be with you, right? The might, the ability, right? So power, strength, right? Like a person who may physically don't have that much power or might or force, right? But mentally, right, they can compensate. So you see how that work right there, right? Or they may have other resources. They may have money or wealth or land or goods. This also is a wealth, just a more comprehensive level of looking at wealth, but the basic word here is chayil. In fact, the word chayil sometimes is power, right, or strength, and then we also have koach. We have to do a teaching on the different words for power, strength, might, because often they get kind of confused, and lost in translation. But the reason for this ability, right, to get or to do wealth is so that he may establish. You see, this is the key. That he may do what? That he may qum. That he may rise up, establish, rise up, maintain, establish, confirm. Right? The qam sense. Scroll it down here, right here, to rise in various applications, literally, figuratively, intensively, causatively, right? Establish burrito, establish his berit that he swore, that he severed himself, right, to thy fathers. Remember, the fathers here is not just this generation of Israelites and their personal forefathers, but it's speaking about the Hebrew Trinity of patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right? As it is this day, because basically what he said to the patriarchs, he is being affirmed for that next generation, then, right? And then let's see this over here, testify against you. Oh, okay. You see when we talk about obedience and hearing? Remember obedience and hearing? You see this verse here? As the nations, so if they did not listen, right, as a consequence, they did not listen, they would perish, right? They would be lost. Abad. They would vanish, right? Go astray, right? Often it's translated as perish, but actually the root sense of of abad, right? Not abad. Abad is to serve, right? To work. Abad. We have abad. Abad, not abad, right? Here we have abad. This is where we get the word Abaddon. We talk about Abaddon in Revelation. It comes from, remember they say, and in the Hebrew language, the angel of the pit is called Abaddon. Yeah, right? That means to wander, to destroy, like destruction, often translated destruction. But the root sense, since there's other words for destruction, why is this word a type of destruction? What does it mean to destroy in what way? It's like to wander away, to be lost, right? To lose yourself. Right? So look what Yahweh is saying will happen to the Bnei Yisrael, right? If they did not hear and obey, they would lose themselves. And the implication of them wandering away from the way, the truth, and the life, right? And losing themselves and then identity, right? It says, oh, they stole our identity. No, we wandered away. We lost it. We lost it. We got caught lacking and we lost it, right? But the implication is perish. Right? To cause somebody else to wander away, the causative sense, if you cause somebody else to wander, to lose himself, then that's a way of destroying them too. Right? That's the sense of destruction. Right? But notice what it says over here. Go to verse 20. It says, as the nations of Goyim, those 7 nations, specifically the 7 nations, right? That Yahweh destroyed, that he did what? He caused them to wander off. He caused them to lose themselves. He caused them to be destroyed and to exterminate themselves. Like if you don't know who you are, I mean, and you are somebody, then that's a big loss, right? That could destroy you. You see how that goes, right? Destroyed before your face, so y'all, right? So shall y'all perish. You notice that the word destroyed is the H6 and the word perish is the H6. So we can see how the translator is using some latitude, so to speak, in how they bring it out, right? And so we like to go to the root sense and see if it fit, right? As the nations that Yahweh caused to wander and lose themselves, right? To wander and lose themselves. Let's go down here. To wander and lose themselves. What's the other word? Right? And therefore to perish before your face. So shall y'all wander and lose yourself and perish because. Look at it. Look at the Ike Eb there. It's Torah portion. Ike Eb as a consequence on the heels of. So that's going to happen on the heels as a following after. Right? Y'all would not be obedient. What's the word for obedient? Shama. Right? So we prove our point, right? Right? The word Shama is to hear and to obey. Right? So when it says Shema Yisrael, right? Shema Yisrael, it's to hear, yes, but if you want to get the the spirit of it, it's to hear and to obey. Right? To hear and to obey. That's why here they translate because y'all will not hear the voice. Because then if they translate like that, somebody will read and say, wait, how could it? It's like this is a contradiction. Because they did hear his voice when he spoke, right? The sense of it is that they heard, but they didn't hear. They didn't really hear. Right? You know, for real. You know how we repeat words? This is the sense of it. It's supposed to hear, but the implication is that they would not obey. They was not hearing and obeying, right? To the call, to the voice, right? Of Yahweh, their Elohim. So I saw that there about obedient. I said, let me just dove around, right? Circle around to this again, right? Right? Yeah. You know, so this here he's saying that when we come into the land, right? Into that word Anna. People argue about this and the whole grape thing. Right? They say, oh, the woman was humbled, right? Because you've humbled her. Yes, right? Same way Yahweh humbled us. He occupied, he busied us, right? He humbled us. He caused us to bow down, off our pomp and pride, so to speak. You know what I mean? But okay, there's more here, but just for time's sake here, there's another part here. There's a few other parts, just as we had recalled right here. Want to share this with y'all, right? And once again, how he will bless us. So this area here, right, is both pronouncing the principle of being blessed, right, being empowered to prosper, right, and the consequence, right, should we go against it. Also, it's describing the land too. Right? The land. Remember that the previous generation that wandered in the wilderness to death, that Yahweh says they slandered the land. Right? They slandered the land. But people say, "Oh, Africa." Okay, so what? Okay, there's these people and those people. But then when you slander the land, you forget who's the landlord. Right? Whose land is it really? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So consequence right here. Yeah. Oh, all right. Now I'm just scrolling over this. It's probably the previous chapter, right? In the previous chapter here, just for continuity, going over. It's like chew your food, right? Chewing the food carefully. So we have the Ike Eb a couple of times as a consequence, just to bring out that sense, a consequence, right? A consequence if we do, right? We take away the sickness, put on our enemies, right? If thou shalt say in your heart, like if we look and say, man, the peoples are more than us, wherever, right? If he says this is the promised land there, right? If he says this portion of Africa is part of the promised land, what I mean? We look at it and say, oh man, them Africans, like, these nations are more than I. How can I dispossess them? Right? He says, thou shalt not be afraid of them. You see, these commands have more to do with our state of mind. The commands are psychological and spiritual. Right? Yes, there's some things we have to do outwardly. Right? There's some outward things, like when they had offerings. So you bring an offering. Okay, yes, you would do this sort of thing outwardly. But more of it was more inwardly, right? To remember, to call to mind, not being afraid. Even Yeshua, Robenu, said that. He says, let not your heart faint, and let not your heart be afraid, neither let it faint. Right? He said these great temptations, these signs. Also, if you notice, when he would drive out the other nations, he said he would do it little by little, right? Little by little. And one of the reasons why is that thou mayest not consume them at once, right? Lest the beast of the field, right? Notice that the beast of the field increase upon thee. Then we have a problem, with the animals, the animals of the land, right? Yahweh Loheka shall deliver them to thee, right? And thou shalt destroy them, mighty destruction. Okay, let's see over here, for thy face. And then their images, their religion, whatever they worship, so forth and so on. We are to, utterly reject that as well. Right? Hold on okay, here I found the section. Section was actually chapter 5. Yeah, I picked up some of this kind of sort of David dancing. What does this have to do with this? Well, stay tuned. Here, Deuteronomy chapter 5, and Moshe called all Israel, right, and said to them, hear. Again, he says, hear, Shema, hear and obey. Hear and obey, O Israel, right? The statutes, the judgments that I speak in your ears, that y'all may learn them, right? Learn them. Remember we talked about the Talmud, right? Talmud, right, is a disciple, right? Talmud is a teaching, and it comes from lamad, right? To teach, to learn, to become exercised in, right? And to keep and do them. Here's the part that I didn't bring out from the previous, because this is from the previous Torah reading feeding. The note says to keep, to do them. To keep, to do them. I think this is interesting because if you read it in the KJV, it says keep and do them. And yes, that's a familiar phrase in the Hebrew, or from the Hebrew, to keep and to do them. But here we look at the Hebrew. Here it says u shemartem. So here, this part here, let's highlight that. U and shemartem, right? You are to shamar, to guard, to hedge, shemartem. You are to keep them, guard them, right? La asotam, la isotam, to asot, to do them, right? So it's not just keep and do. Elsewhere, when it says keep and do, it actually says, ushamartem wa asitem, right? Wa asitem, like, and in that sense, to do them. Right, but here it says shamartem la asotam, la asot, to do them, la asotam, to keep them to do them, right? So to keep them to do them. Remember what Moshe said, whatsoever they, bid you, observe and do them. Right here, just quickly right here, I know we didn't touch on it, but just a one-up, we can keep that there, or we can upgrade it right here, between the two evenings, this evening, the evening to come, keep it
Psalm 48.
To the point.
Mizmor Memchet, Shir Mizmor Livne Korah.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, forever.
In the eve of the day, coming forward, 82.
Psalm 82.
Mizmor Pevet, Mizmor Le'asaf.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
Elohim Nitzav Ba'adat El.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
Bekerev Elohim Yishpot.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
And here, just one more right here. Here's the Royal Amharic from the Metzaf Caduce. Here from the King of Kings Bible right here. Book of the Seven Seals here, plus the English for the outro. Evening Psalm, day to come. Israelites.
መዝሙር 81 በቅንፍ 82 የአሳፍ መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር በአማልክት ማህበር ቆመ፣ በአማልክትም መካከል ይፈርዳል። እስከ መቼ ሐሰትን ትፈርዳላችሁ? እስከ መቼ ስለ ኃጢአተኞች ፊት ታድላላችሁ? ለድሆችና ለድሃ አደጎች ፍረዱ፣ ለችግረኛውና ለምስኪኑ ጽድቅ አድርጉ። ብቸኛውንና ችግረኛውን አድኑ፣ ከኃጢአተኞችም እጅ አስጥሏቸው። አያውቁም፣ አያስተውሉም፣ በጨለማ ውስጥ ይመላለሳሉ። የምድር መሠረቶች ሁሉ ተናወጡ። እኔ ግን አማልክት ናችሁ፣ ሁላችሁም የልዑል ልጆች ናችሁ። ነገር ግን እንደ ሰው ትሞታላችሁ፣ ካለቆችም እንደ አንዱ ትወድቃላችኋል። አቤቱ ተነስ፣ በምድር ላይ ፍረድ፣ አንተ አሕዛብን ሁሉ ትወርሳለህ።
Psalm 82. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the gods. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. Inherit all nations. Inherit all nations. Inherit all nations. Inherit all nations.
Yes. So let's seal up right here a little more on the daily Psalm 81. That was the 82, the Tuesday evening Psalm, evening and morning one day. So here between the eves, Erev Tov, good evening, Laila Tov, good night, Boker Tov. So here, we have Psalm 81, right? Just a review right here, Psalm 81. And we touched on it a little bit earlier when we first started up. Here, Psalm 81. Let's bring this out here, and we'll get into a little midrash, a little study here on Psalm 81. All right, so here we're segueing from 82, evening psalm for the day coming forward, based on the evening and morning principle. And here, little dubwise.
Come be a part of.
MOJ, Atlanta Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat. With honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נכר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, ארחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, כמעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעקה.
Yes, Mizmor Pei Aleph, Mizmor Pei Aleph, Psalm 81. Psalm 81, which is also the Thursday of the fifth day's evening, the evening psalm for the fifth day. But here for the daily psalm here in the season, reason for the season. Let's share this right here. This one we're speaking about with literacy. Let's clear that so you can read the full quote from QHS, Kanamal Haile Selassie. This adult literacy program being carried out, like I learn certain things all the time too, and we all can learn, and each one teaching, because sometimes when we don't know things, you remember, like they say that some of the most challenging ages for ones is like being children, childhood trauma, maybe we wasn't the one that could do this as well as the next one, and then we get older and we still having that same kind of challenge and difficulty, and when I'm pointing out the Israelites writing, it might seem like a small point, but it's actually a big point, right? The Israelites writing on their gates, and also the writing, Yahweh writing upon 10 words on 2 tablets of stone, and also the handwriting on the wall. So it's not the only thing he wrote, but we can see where it's clear where Yahweh did, write, and Moshe writing as well, but literacy too, because even the Kara and the Mikra and the Ekra, to call out, is often based on what can be recited or read. So Kara in the Hebraic sense, to call out, right? To call upon one by name even, but also can mean to read and recite. So we have the holy convocation, the mikra, out call, convocation, calling ones out, and also calling ones out to the hearing of the recitation and the reading, right? And this is what we have even within the Feast of Tabernacles time. And every 7, every like 7 years, the reading of Torah that we have in the Torah. But here, this adult literacy program, right, being carried out. Often we focus on like childhood literacy and education and homeschooling, but discipleship study is also homeschooling, because iron sharpen iron, each one teach one, iron sharpen iron, in that peer review. So here from His Imperial Majesty, the elect of God, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. I don't know if you can see this. You can't see it so clear right there, but others pointed out, and we saw it right here, like on this desk in this study over here, right? This is the clearest we can, this one here. But you see the part that there's like something up on the mantelpiece and it says, the government shall be, right? This there says that the government shall be up on his shoulders. How interesting. We have that in His Majesty's library in the study right here, right? The government, right? The government. Right, the government shall be up on his shoulders. Right, as the government was being put upon even the shoulders of the Bnei Yisrael with the Torah, the direction, instructions, the government, right, how they would govern themselves, in civil ways, right, to be civil, right, and also in really just and righteous ways, right, how they would govern themselves in various different matters concerning, peace and even war. But here, this is the part that we seek to bring out to you. Let's do this right here. Bring that as full screen as we can. This adult literacy program being carried out, it is through such a program that the fight against ignorance. But ignorance, if you say, oh, you ignorant, oh, don't call me stupid. No, the person called you ignorant. Stupid is much worse than ignorant in a sense. Stupid almost sometimes implies willing ignorance. What I mean? You being stupid. That means you can know this, but you just, being or pretending, kahash, right? Here it says to fight against ignorance. Ignorance means ignosis. Gnosis, like they say Gnostic, a knower, from gnosis to know. Ye shall gnostikoi, right? You shall know the truth, right? So ignosis means not knowing, right? To fight against not knowing things that through literacy we could read and study and practice for ourselves. Fight against ignorance can be intensified, right? And the consequences stemming, what are the consequences stemming from ignorance, not knowing? How many times you didn't know something that you probably should have, right? And the word consequences, here we got the IKED, right? Ike Ebb again, right here. Picked up on this meme here. Give thanks to those who did this particular meme right here, right? So it is through such a program, and our program basically is this discipleship, the discipleship studies, the Torah reading and feedings, right? The daily reading, the daily manna, also the daily psalms, for discipleship, and of course anything additional there too, that's in the way, the truth, and the life. It is through such a program, right, we call ours discipleship, that the fight against ignorance, the fight against not knowing, right, can be intensified. Step it up. And the consequences, the IKEB, right, the consequences, right, stemming from ignorance. What are the consequences stemming from not knowing? Right? I mentioned, not to get into details, because I think we all probably have testimonies that sometimes something that we should have known. And maybe we did know, but we didn't really recall it. We didn't bring it to mind. If we only had, in that sense, just to understand the connection of consequences, right? The consequences for obedience, right? So when Yahweh says, write these upon your gates, how are you going to write it upon your gates if you don't know how to read and write and don't know letters? You see what I'm saying? So that means that we can, assume from the narratives that the majority of the Israelites knew how to read and write. One could say, well, they came out of Kemet, they came out of Mizraim. That might be a part of it too there. But however it was, right, the ability to read, write, and to count, or do arithmetic, do basic math. Once you do basic math, you always can step up. Once you can read basic things, right, and know how to sound out things. And see, this also helps when we talk about the Hebrew. I think why a lot of people, even a lot of fellow Israelites, they be saying a little snarky, little cheeky and snarky things, to some of us who have. I think it's because of the ignorance. I really think it's that, because ignorance can cause that. What does the Matthew says right here? And the consequences, the Ikevim, right, stemming from ignorance, right, from not knowing, such as injustice, lack of righteousness. Injustice equals no righteousness, right? And humiliation. Humiliation could be stamped out, right? Could be stamped out. You know what I mean? So, literacy, right? And adult literacy. Because, see, when we're adult, we are an awaki, like we are a Gnostic, we're a knower, you know, when we become adult, right? The definition of being an adult is being mature. That means you're both in a physical sense, but hopefully as well psychologically, you know, and even, one might say spiritually, right? You know, mind and mentality mature, right? You know what I mean? But then many of us might be so, right? But have trouble with our literacy. So this, we should have no shame, right? The shame should be in not taking advantage of the means, the opportunity, right? You know, in that sense. So this is something I know amongst a lot of our people. Oh, so and so can't read. You're a stupid person. Blah blah blah. We need to speak comfortably to our people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? There might be times for that, you know, playing the dozens, but not at this time right now. The only dozens, right, is gathering in the lost and found in his way. So it is through such a program, right, to fight against ignorance, fight against lack of knowledge, lack of knowing, right? Can be, because they say if you want to hide something from certain people, just put it in the book. You see that? That in itself, knowing that our enemy says if we don't hide something, just put it in the book. That should make everybody get up on their literacy. For real. Everyone who knows and who's of the truth. You know, word, for real, that's what you're playing? Okay. Books gonna become like bars of gold. You know what I'm saying? So here, and you know, electronically too, but you know, let's balance both the electronic, the digital wealth, you know, and the real world. You know what I mean? Have some, you know, sometimes if you only have something on a computer, try to get a copy of it as well, you know, a hard copy, right? These things are also inheritance, passing on libraries, you know. I'm looking at His Majesty's library and say, Chan, I wonder if any of those books still there. What do they do with them? You know what I mean? Be that as it may, you know, the ignorance, you know, the literacy program is something that we often don't really point to when we see the fruit. You know, like someone say, okay, how does I see God? He this, he that. That's not really I and I argument. It's the practical, right? The practical messianic barakot, blessings, you know, such as literacy for the people. You know what I mean? You know, literacy, you know, because then when we can know better, right, then we can do better. Just want to bring that to your attention right there on the screen. Chabarim, right there. And just a little bit here, a little midrash right here on the outro, looking at the time, little midrash right here, not pushing as long. I know I say this often, but you know, sometimes just have to be in the spirit. Hopefully y'all can check out the replay. Oh yeah, we had our Friday show. Definitely check out the Friday show. We got to go over it and see what the Rhema word. Oh, in this Torah reading and feeding, also just a FYI, remember the part that man does not live by bread alone? Remember that right there? When Yeshua, after the baptism by Yohanan, Hamatabiyah, by John the Baptist, when Yeshua said the Spirit led him into the wilderness to be tempted of Hasatan, right? The adversary, the prosecutor, the false persecutor and prosecutor. Anyway, he quoted that. Remember that quote right there? It is written. So that means even the Brit Chadasha sense, right, in the New Covenant sense, the Messianic sense, the need, right, the absolute necessity for Torah, because even Moshiach quotes Torah, right? You know, like, you know, he shows us these things, you know what I'm saying? So he's quoting Torah there, and he's quoting from our Torah portion right here. But here, little midrash, that was some of the W. I think you've heard that version there before. But what we want to touch on right here is the midrash, a little midrash right here. Okay, this might be a little full right here, but let's see how this goes.
Here, today's psalm, Mizmor Fei Aleph. Mizmor Pe Aleph, Psalm 81. Psalm LXXXI, here, Midrash, Shemu'uli, Gevir, right here. A festival meditation, today's psalm, according to the royal order, the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here, after the order of Maliki, Tzedek, Melchizedek. Here from the Sefer Tehillim, the Psalter, we have today's psalm, Mizmor Fe Aleph, Psalm 81, Mizmor Pe Aleph. Lamnatzeyach, al Hagitit le'asaf. Harninu le'Elohim ozenu. Hari'u le'Elohe Yaakov. For the leader, Lamnatzeyach, for the leader, upon the Gittith, upon the Gittit, al ha-Gittit, li Asaf, of Asaf, a psalm, of Asaf, li Asaf, Lamnatzeyach, al ha-Gittit, li Asaf, Harninu le'Elohim ozenu, Hari'u le'Elohe Yaakov. Sing aloud. Harninu, sing aloud. Harninu, to Elohim our strength. Make I and I sing aloud. Make I and I sing aloud. Harninu le'Elohim ozenu. Harninu le'Elohim ozenu. Hari'u le'Elohe Yaakov. For the leader, the chief musician, the overcomer, Lamnatzeyach, al ha-Gittit le'asaf, up on the Gittit, al ha-Gittit le'asaf, of Asaf. Harninu, sing aloud, le'Elohim, to Elohim, ozenu, I and I, oz, I and I, strength, ozenu. Harninu le'Elohim ozenu. Shout, hari'u, shout, y'all. Hari'u, shout, le'Elohim, le'Elohe Yaakov, to the Elohim, Elohe, le'Elohe Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob, to Elohe Yaakov. Here, the opening verse. Here, today's psalm, Hebraically, verse 1, the Aleph and the Beit verse of Psalm 81, verses 1 to 2. In the other Bibles, KJV, the superscription for the leader, for the chief musician, Lamnatzeyach, up on the Gittith, al ha-Gittit, of Asaph. The implication, a psalm, but literally of Asaph, le Asaph. Sing to Elohim, ozenu, I and I, strength. Shout to the Elohe Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob. These words here are to be considered in the light, the illumination of what Scripture says elsewhere, even in Bamidbar, even in Numbers chapter 23, verse 21, where it reads, no one hath beheld iniquity in Jacob. None hath beheld iniquity in Jacob. Lo hibit awen beYaakov. None hath beheld, lo hibit, iniquity, awen, in Yaakov, in Jacob. Lo hibit awen beYaakov. Why did Balaam, choose to mention Jacob, Yaakov, not Abraham and not Yitzhak, only Yaakov, only Jacob? Because Balaam saw that out of Abraham had come base metal, Yishmael, and all the children of Keturah. And he also saw that out of Yitzhak there had come Esau and his princes. But Jacob was all holiness, all Kedusha was all islandness. For to his sons, according to Bereshit, Genesis chapter 49, verse 28, all these are the 12 tribes of Israel. All these are the 12 tribes of Yisrael. Kol ele shibtei Yisrael, shenem asar. All these, kol ele, all these, shibtei Yisrael, the tribes of Israel, of Yisrael, of the Sar of El, shenem asar, 12. Kol ele shibtei Yisrael, shenem asar. Scripture says, thou art all fear, my love, in Shir HaShirim, in the Song of Songs of Shlomo. In Song of Songs 4 and 7, Scripture says, thou art all fear, my love. Thou art all beautiful, aitiful, my love. Kulak yafa ra'iyati. Kulak yafa ra'iyati. Thou art all beautiful, aitiful. Kulak, all of the eye. Yafa, aitiful, beautiful. Yafa, kulak, yafa. My love, ra'iyati, ra'iyati. Hence, here, Balaam, Balaam, mentioned no patriarchs other than Jacob, other than Yaakov, when he said, none hath beheld iniquity in Jacob, in Yaakov. Lo hibita aren b'Yaakov. So, too, Asaph said, seeing that there was some base metal in all the patriarchs except Jacob, except Yaakov, in whom there was no base metal at all, I too shall mention only Yaakov, shall mention only Jacob. Hence, here, shout, Hare'u le'Elohei Yaakov, to the Elohim, Elohei Yaakov. Shout to the Elohim of Jacob. Another comment, why did Balaam mention Yaakov, Jacob, and not any of the other patriarchs? Our masters taught, in the measure that a man measures out, so it is measured out to him. In the measure that a man measures out, so is it measured out to him. And here, Midrash note to that reference, Sota, in Sota 1 and 7, and also Romeinu, Yeshua HaNotzri, has spoken these words. In the measure that a man measures out, so is it measured out to him. For in the verse, even the verse in Yeshayahu, Isaiah 27 and 8, in full measure, Se'ah, when thou sendest her away, thou dost contend with her. Sa'ah, shalchah, Teribeina. In full measure, when thou sendest her away, thou dost contend with her. Sa'ah, shalachah. In full measure, Sa'ah, when thou sendest her away, shalachah, thou, the eye, dost contend with her. Teribeina, thou dost contend with her. Se Sa'ah, taken as a reduplicating form, a repeating form, is read Se'ah for Se'ah, is read, that is to say, measure for measure. So here from Yeshayahu, Isaiah 27 and 8, Sa'ah, this is taken, Sa'ah is taken as a reduplicating form, Hebraically speaking, and is read Se'ah for Se'ah, Se'ah for Se'ah, Se'ah for Se'ah, measure for measure. This verse would seem to prove that only for a Se'ah, a deed that bulks large, does Ha'elohim give measure for measure, Se'ah for Se'ah. And whence, from where, do we know that also for a tarqab, a half tarqab, a qab, a roba, a half roba, a toman, or an ukla? And here Midrash note, all of these are dry measures, graduated downward, beginning with a tarqab, which is half a sa'ah, and ending with an ukla, That is 1/48th of a se'ah. Anil Hoser, I repeat, whence, from where do we know that also for a tarqab, a half tarqab, a qab, a roba, a half roba, a tomam, or an ukla, in his measure for measure, se'ah for se'ah given? From scripture that says, for every se'on, a soen is returned in fierceness, according to Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 4. So here, Yeshayahu, for every seon, a soen is returned in fierceness. Here, Yeshayahu, ki kol a seon, soen bi ra'ash. Or translated, for every boot stamped with fierceness, ki kol la seon, soen bi ra'ash. And here, Midrash note in the JV, in the Yehudi version, for every boot stamped with fierceness. Now the commentator, however, takes the seon and soen as derivatives of the se'ah, implying a variety of measures. Compare with the Targum Yonatan, the Targum of Jonathan, Yonatan, on Yeshayahu, on Isaiah chapter 9, verse 4, that reads, Ki kol a seon soen bi ra'ash. And we have this here, for every seon, a soen is returned in fierceness. Now the Hebrew word seon corresponds to the Assyrian senu, a shoe, a sandal. In Aramaic, it is more particularly used of a military boot, stamped with fierceness. Bi ra'ash, stamped in bi ra'ash, stamped with or in fierceness, or of him that goes booted in the din. Of him that goes booted in the din. Ki kola seona soena bi ra'ash. Mark the variety of measures hinted at in this verse. The reference to them would seem to prove that Ha'el, the Almighty, the true good, the true God, Elohim, measures only by bulk. From where do we know, however, that Ha'el, the true good, the true God, Elohim, also measures by number, by small coins that can add up to a large sum? From scripture that says, even Kohelet, the preacher, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 27, adding 1 to 1 to find out the sum. Adding 1 to 1 to find out the sum. Re'ei zeh matzati amra Kohelet, achata le'achata limtsoa cheshbon. Behold, re'ei, behold, zeh, this, matzati, this have I found. Rei, zeh matzati. Behold, this, see, rei, see, zeh matzati. This I have found. Amra Kohelet, saith the preacher. Amra Kohelet. Achata le'achat. 1 to 1. Adding 1 to 1. Achat le'achat. Adding 1 to 1. Limtso cheshbon, to find out the account, to find out the sum. Limtso cheshbon. Behold, this have I found, saith Kohelet, saith the preacher.
Just a point right there. You see the word, just according to the Strong's right here, it says H259. So usually it's in the masculine sense in a dictionary. So here it has echad. Echad is if we're saying like one, something that is gendered as male, energetically, or masculine. Here in the verse is achat. Just want to point that out because one might say, well, he said achat, but actually the word there is achat. Because right here, what we have right here in Ecclesiastes of Kohelet, the preacher, 7:29, this verse, behold, this have I found, saith the preacher, or Kohelet, counting, right? Well, counting is italicized, not there. 1 by 1, right? One by one to find out the account, right? One by one, or the sense of weighing one thing after another to find out the reason, so you're going over some reasoning. So you weigh one thing after the other, right, to find out the reason. So here the verse, just once again, just to zoom in on this. Re'eh zeh, re'eh, behold zeh, look, see this. Re'eh zeh, re'eh zeh, re'eh zeh, matzati, amra, kohelet, saith the preacher, achat. So here in the verse is the feminine form, right? Achat, like one. So I'm saying one like male, it'd be achat. If I say one female, it'll be achat. Just to point it out, achat li achat, like one for one to one of one. Achat li achat, limso, finding, limso, attaining, from matzah. Matzah is to find, to attain. Limso, finding, right? Limso, finding cheshbon. Right, so we have achat li achata limsoa cheshbon, right? Finding, right, the cheshbon, not chessbon, right, but cheshbon. What is the cheshbon? Cheshbon is the reasoning, is the account. It's almost like a ledger. Like I say, if you you're staying someplace and now you're about to leave, and you want them to give you the bill, the hisab, right? It's the cheshbon, right? A cheshbon, to contrive, it has intelligence here, but it comes from the word chashab. Chashab is the thing, to plan, to calculate. Let him who have wisdom, like number, right? Number, to account, to calculate, right? So here, full of the verse. Once again, just want to bring out the achat there, right? The link gives us the root word according to the dictionary, but the form of it might be particularized. Like here, it's speaking of one she, one something, one thought. We could say Rei zeh matzati amra kohelet achat le achata limso cheshbon.
Preacher. Re ze matzayeti amra kohelet achat leachat limso cheshbon. A mashal, a parable, a misale, a mashal of a melech, of a king, of a negus, even negus neges, who had 3 friends. Desiring to build a palace for himself, he sent for the first friend, to whom he said, "Behold this place, where I would build me a palace." Midrash note, behold this place, Pesikta Rabati 40. Behold this place, where I would build me a palace. The friend replied, "From the beginning I have been mindful of this mountain." Hamelech, the king, the negus, even negus neges, sent for the second friend, and said to him, "I would build me a palace here. I would build a palace here." The friend replied, "From the beginning I have been mindful of this field." But when he sent for the third friend and said, "I would build me a palace here," the friend replied, "From the beginning I have been mindful of this place as a palace." Hamelech, the king, the negus, even negus neges, said to him, "As thou livest, I shall build this palace, and I will call it by thy name, by the I name." Even so, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, were friends of HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, of the Holy One, blessed be he. But Abraham called the temple, the Heikal, mountain, as is said even in Bereshith, Genesis 22 and 14, in the mountain where the Lord is seen. Wayikra Abraham, Shem Hamakom Hahu, Yahuwah Yireh, Asher Yeamer Hayoma Behar, Yahuwah Yeraeh. And Abraham called the name of that place Adonai Jireh, Jehovah Jireh, Yahuwah Yireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount where Yahuwah is seen, where Jehovah is seen, where he who he be is seen, Yahuwah Yeraeh. Wayikra Avraham. Shem hamakom hahu. Yahuwah yireh. Asher ye'amer hayom. Behar Yahuwah yeraeh.
Okay, pause right there. Okay, so here this verse, and some people talk about like the vowels and all this, that, yeah, right? But here, check this out. Yahweh, right? Yahweh Yir'eh, Yir'eh. Yir'eh means he sees, he will see. Right? Yahweh Yir'eh. Right? He who he be sees is seeing. Right? The providence, provida, before vida to see. Right? So we get the word video from the Latin, but here Yahweh Yir'eh. Yahweh Yir'eh, this is brought out as Jehovah Jireh. Like in English, Jehovah Jireh. In the Afro-Shemitic, right, we have it as Yahweh Yir'eh. Right, so here it says Yahweh Yir'eh Asher Ye'amer, as it is said, right, Hayom, right, as it is said this day, Behar, in the mount, Behar. Here's the the mount, preposition Behar, in the mount, right, Behar Yahweh, in the mount of he who he be, right, Yera'eh. So here we have, it's the same letters. I don't know if you can see this. Here we have it, Yera'eh. Yera'eh is to be seen. You know, people talk about, there's not these vowels, those vowels. Well, so if you said it their way, you can only say both things the same way, because you're looking at the same letters. So you see right there highlighted is Yera'eh. Yera'eh is to appear, to be visible, to be seen. Yera'eh, right? Where it says Bahar Yahweh Yera'eh, in the mount of Yahweh, he will be seen. It will be seen. He will be visible. But then over here, in the first part of the verse, let's bring this out right here, right? It says, Yir'eh. Yir'eh is he sees, like he's seeing now, and he will see. He sees to the ad infinitum, he will see, right? Yahweh Yir'eh. Full of the verse, Wayikra Abraham. And Abraham called out, he called upon the name, he called out, he called upon Yahweh by name. Wayikra Abraham Shem, right? The Shem, he called on the Shem, right? Shem, right? Hamakom, of the Makom, right? Of the Makom. The Makom is the standing place, the spot, right? Call the name of the standing place, the spot. Wayikra Abraham Shem Hamakom Hahu, the he. So of like of a standing spot, like this particular standing spot, right? Yahweh Yir'eh. Yahweh Yir'eh. But notice that's the same letters, the Yod, the Resh, the Aleph, the Hey, right? And in the Hebrew, right, the ancient Hebrew or the Yehudit, the language of the Hebrews, that could either be, this is a beautiful verse here, because without it, right, without that here, if you look at it right here, right, let's go simple on this. Let's go light on this. Let's go light on this right here. And Abraham called the name of that place. So the Hamakom Hahu, Hamakom, the place, right? Hahu, the he, like that place. Hamakom Hahu, Yahweh Yir'eh. He who he be is seeing, right? He will see, he's seeing. Right? As it is said, Amer, right? As it is said, Amer Hayom, as it is said the day, as it is said like this day, right? Behar, in the har, the mount, Yahweh of he who he be, Yera'eh. Yera'eh is, it shall be seen, it shall be visible, it shall be appearable, right? So when we go through these things right here, right, you know, some of the paleo addicts, you know, they might roll their eyes, but see, this is where we say that it falls down. Just to give this as a kind of example, right? Yer'eh, right? Yera'eh is to be seen, right? To be visible. Yera'eh. and yir'eh. So yir'eh, between two ways of saying the same letters. Yir'eh, he sees, he will see. Yir'eh, yir'eh. They say gyra, but yir'eh. And yera'eh, yera'eh, he will be seen, right? So one, yir'eh, will see, right? And the other, right, will yera'eh, will be seen, will be visible, will be apparable. Just want to break that down right there and to kind of bring that out because we want to take notes of these points, right? Because I know somebody probably will step up on a reason and say, okay, we're wrong with that. So you will have to discern, like, well, how are these same letters, these four Hebrew letters, Yod, Resh, Aleph, and Hey, the Y, the R, the soft A, and the H, right? Are you going to say Yara'ah, Yara'ah? Yeah, and that's both Yara'ah. And what does Yara'ah mean? Or Yara'ah? I mean, in that sense. You see what I'm saying? In fact, it kind of flows into another similarly lettered word, right? That has to do with reverence, right? But here this has to do with Re'eh, to see, right? Yer'eh, he will see, right? He sees and he will see. And Yera'eh, 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 right? Being seen, being visible.
Ra'eh. Here, a little midrash here on the Hashem. Here in Bereshith, Genesis chapter 22, here at verse 14, where it reads, and Abraham called the name of that place. Wayikra Abraham Shem Hamakom, the name, the Shem of the Makom, Shem Hamakom, Hahu, the he, the this, the mountain, signifying that place. Yahuwah Yir'eh, Yir'eh. Jehovah Jireh, many times, or Adonai Yireh. This is to say that he who he be, seeth. Yahweh, Yahweh Yireh, Yahweh Yireh. He who he be, Yireh, Yireh, seeth. And furthermore it reads, as it is said to this day, Asher Ye'amer Hayom, Asher, that which Ye'amer, that which is said, Ye'amer, Hayom, the day, implied to this day, in the mount, Bihar, the mountain Bihar, Yahuwah, Yera'eh, Jehovah is seen. So we have, just to show the importance of the pointing, bringing out the true meaning of the glyphs. Yahuwah Yireh, Yahweh Yireh, Yireh. He who he be, seeth. Yahweh Yireh, he who he be, seeth. And Yahuwah Yera'eh is seen. Yera'eh is revealed, is seen, is visible in that sense. Yahweh Yera'eh. So we have Yahweh Yireh. He seeth. Jehovah Jireh, Yireh. Yahweh Yera'eh. Jireh, in that sense, to bring it in the same sense as Jireh, but Yera'eh is seen. So Yera'eh is seen. Yireh, he sees. He who he be, seeth. Yahweh Yireh, Yahweh Yera'eh is seen. Chabarim. So Abraham called the Hekal mountain, in the mount where Yahweh is seen. Yahweh Yera'eh is seen. And Yitzhak and Isaac called the temple, the Hekal, field. He called it field, as is said even in Bereshith, in Genesis chapter 27, verse 27. See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field that Jehovah hath blessed. Wayomer re'eya reyacha b'niya ke reyacha sadeh asher berako Yahuwah. See, re'ei, and he said, Wayomer re'ei, see, re'ei, reyach, the smell, reyach b'ni, see the smell of b'ni, of my son. Re'ei reyach b'ni, ke reyach sadeh, is as the smell, the smell, ke reyach sadeh, asher Berako Yahuwah, Berako Yahweh. That, Asher, that, Berako Yahuwah, that he who be, who he be, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, hath blessed. Berako Yahuwah. Wayomer, Re'eh, Reyach b'ni, Kereyach Sadeh, Asher Berako Yahuwah. But Jacob called it a house, even before it was built, as is said even in Bereshith in Genesis chapter 28, verse 17. This is none other than the house of God. Wayomar, ma nora, hamakom hazeh, ein zeh ki im beit Elohim, with zeh sha'ar hashamayim, and he was afraid, he was reverent. Wayira, and he was afraid and said, Wayomar, how full of awe, how dreadful, how full of awe is this place. Ma nora, hamakom hazeh, ma nora, hamakom hazeh. This is none other than the house of Elohim. Ein zeki im beit Elohim. And this is the gate of heaven, of the heavens. With zeh sha'ar hashamayim. Wayomar, ma nora hamakom hazeh, ein zeki im beit Elohim. With zeh sha'ar hashamayim. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, said to him, As thou livest, because thou didst call it a house, a beit, even before it was built, I shall call it by the I name, as is said even in Yeshayahu, Isaiah 2 and 3, Come ye, come y'all, and let us make I and I go up to the mountain of the Lord, of Yahweh Jehovah, to the house of the Elohei Yaakov, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob. Aliku, we're not Eleh, illa har Yahweh, illa beit Elohei Yaakov. Come ye, come y'all, liku, come y'all, tried y'all, liku. We're not Eleh, make I and I go up. We're and na'ileh, make aina aliyah up, na'ileh, liku, we're na'ileh, ilhar, to the mountain, ilhar Yahweh, to the mountain of he who be, who he be, il-beit, to the house, the beit, il-beit, Elohei Yaakov, to the house, the beit of the Elohim, Elohei Yaakov, of Jacob. Liku, we're na'ileh, Ilhar Yahweh Il Beit Elohei Yaakov. And Jeremiah also said, even in Jeremiah 30 and 8, Behold, I will turn the captivity of Jacob's tents. Behold, I will turn the captivity of Yaakov's tents. So, correction here in Jeremiah chapter 30, not verse 8, but verse 18. A little error here in the printed text. Here, the verse in verse 18. Koh Amar Yahuwah Hini Shav Shivut Aholei Yaakov. Thus saith Jehovah, thus like this. Koh Amar. Koh Hamar, thus saith Yahweh, he who be, Koh Hamari Yahuwah, Hinni, behold, Hinni Shab, I will turn, behold, I will turn, Hinni Shab, Shabut, I will turn the Shabut, the captivity, Ahole Yaakov, I will turn the captivity of the tents, Ahole Yaakov, the captivity of the tents of Jacob. Koh Hamar Yahuwah, Hinni Shab Shabut, Ahole Yaakov. And Asaph corroborated Balaam's assertion that there was no iniquity in Yaakov, that Lo Hibit Awen be Yaakov. And I beheld, none hath beheld iniquity. None has beheld iniquity. Balaam's assertion that there was no aven, Aven in Yaakov. For when Asaph spoke of the shouting in Hahekal, in the temple, he mentioned only Yaakov. He mentioned only Jacob. As it said, shout, Hari'u, Lelohe Yaakov, shout to the Elohim of Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob. And here, Midrash note, here on this second perek for today's psalm, here we have Pseudo Yonatan renders the verse from Bereshith concerning the words of Yitzhak, Avinu Yitzhak. The smell of my son Beni is like the smell of sweet incense, Aishans, to be offered in HaHekal, to be offered in the temple. That is known as the field that Yahweh, Berako Yahweh, that he who he be, Hakadosh Baruch Hashem, has blessed. And here, only Yaakov. So the PE, the printed edition, Makiri, and the Pesikta Rabati 40. The ET, the edited text, it reads, only the Elohe Yaakov, only the Elohim of Jacob, only. So instead, this verse here can also be brought out as, for when Asaph spoke of the shouting in Hahekal, he mentioned only Yaakov, or only the Elohe Yaakov, only the Elohim of Jacob, as is said, shout to the Elohim of Jacob. Hari'u, Lelohe Yaakov, shout, Hari'u, 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 shout y'all, Lelohe Yaakov, to the Elohim of Jacob, 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 Jacob.
Elohe, Hari'u, Lelohe Yaakov, Hari'u, so the Ruah, Teruah. I'm looking forward to the first day of the 7th month, the Yom Teruah, the day of the Teruah. Here we have the root right here, Ruah, 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 a shout, to raise a sound, a cry, a war cry. We have the Teruah, the Yom Teruah, as we come into the fall festival season. Right there. Sound a little something like Hari'u. Haru. So bringing out that sense right there, the Ruah, the root word Ruah, and the Hari'u, and the Day of Trumpets, the Yom, they go on the screen right there, Yom Teruah. You see the Ruah, Teruah, right? Day of Trumpets, Yom Teruah. So here.
Take up the melody and sound of the timbrel, the sweet harp with the psaltery. Here, today's psalm. Mizmor Fe Aleph, Mizmor Pe Aleph. Here, the third verse Hebraically, corresponding to the second in the KJV, but the third verse here, the Gimel, the Gamel verse. Seu Zimra, Ua Tenu Tofa, Kinora Ma'ima Navella. Take up the melody. Su'u Zimra, rise up the chant. Su'u Zimra, rise up the chant, take up the melody. Su'u Zimra, Utanu Tof, and sound the timbrel and like to beat the drum, right? Utanu Tof, Kinora Naim, the harp, the kinor na'im, na'im, the sweet harp, kinor na'im, aim navel, with the psaltery, aim, with navel, aim nabel, with the psaltery, su zimra, utnu tof, kinor na'im, aim nabel. Rav Chia Barabba taught the psaltery and the harp were the same. Rav Shimon Simeon taught the psaltery was one thing, the harp was another. They differed one from the other in the number of their bass and treble strings. Rav Huna said in the name of Rav Asi, nor did they differ only in the number of their bass and treble strings, for the skin of the sounding board of one of them was not dressed. So here, a little midrash here on the psaltery, as we have it here in the midrash. Now, other Yehudi will refer to the Aramaic, for a targum or a turgum, a better insight or understanding of the biblical Hebrew, as we Yehudi, right, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, and Rastafari Yehudi, also refer to the Aramaic and the Hebrew. And here, in addition to the royal Amharic of the Metzhaf Kedus, of the Book of the Seven Seals, of the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, of Kedemawi Haile Selassie, his Bible, the King of Kings Bible, the Book of the Seven Seals, in the royal Amharic, for clarification, right? So Rav Chia Bar Abba, he said that the psaltery and the harp were the same thing. Rav Shimon Simeon taught the psaltery was one thing and the harp was another, and they differed one from the other in the number of their bass and treble strings. Now Rav Huna also said in the name of Rav Asi, nor did they differ only in the number of their bass and treble strings, for the skin of the sounding board of one of them was not dressed. So here you get a clarification here on the harp, the sweet harp, what is mentioned as the sweet harp, the kinor na'im, and the nabel. Nabel, in the ancient Hebrew point, nabel, modern Hebrew navel, aim navel, aim nabel. So the kinor na'im, aim navel. Here in the Metzhaf Kedus, in the Mezmore Dawit, here in the corresponding verse in the King of Kings Bible, we have des yemia senyawin begana ka mesenko gar, corresponding to the Hebrew kinor na'im, aim nabel. Kinor na'im, aim nabel, to des yemia senyawin begana ka mesenko gar. Others would probably say the mesinko. So here we know that the begana, since the begana is described here as we have with the kinor, the harp, the kinor, and the begana having 10. Ethiopically, according to the Israelites of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Hebrew, the covenant-keeping people, the begana, right, has those 10. And the mesenko or the mesinko has 1. So we have the kinor, nabel, the kinor and the nabel. The kinor is described as being na'im, sweet, of a sweet sound, aim with the nabel. With the nabel, and the nabel or navel is translated in the English as a psaltery. So we have this insight right here, so we can refer this in our notes as well as for future studies, as according to the Royal Amharic right here, des yemiyah senyowin, des happiness, yemiyah senyowin, that which accompanies happiness, to say like causes, but really accompanies happiness. The na'im, the sweet, na'im, pleasant, something being na'im, being sweet, being pleasant. Kinor na'im, the des yemiyah senyowin begana, so the begana, 10 strings. So here, the kinor having the 10, aim with the nabel, the mesenko, mesinko, right? Having this one string, like a violin, right? The Israelites of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Hebrew covenant-keeping people, a violin, ancient, you could say the ancient harp and the psaltery. And lamazeh, why was the psaltery called the nebel? the nebel or the nabel, pointed as nabel, but also nebel. Why was it called the nebel, nevel, nabel? Because it put to shame min nabel, nabel, min nabel, every other kind of musical instrument. So the nebel, corresponding with the mesinko. Rav Yehuda, Judah, said in the name of Rav Eli, how many strings were there to the psaltery? 7, as is said, and here from the Psalm 119, verse 164, with 7 a day do I praise thee. Here. The answer to the question, Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav Eli, no doubt his teacher, how many strings were there to the psaltery? 7, quoting Psalm 119, verse 164. Shava bayom hilaletika, 7 times a day, also maybe translated 7 times a day, do I praise, I lilta, I praise the I, hilaltika, Shava bayom, hilaltika, 7 times Shava, bayom, in a day, Shava bayom, hilaltika, or here translated as with 7 a day. Do I praise thee, do I praise the I, Shava bayom, hilaltika. In the days of HaMashiach, in the days of the Messiah, however, there will be 8 strings in the psaltery, 8 strings in the nevel, for it is said, according to Psalm 12, first verse, the superscription, the title, for the leader on the shemanit, the 8 strings, for the leader, chief musician, on the shemanith, 8 strings. Lamnatzeyach, Allah, ha-shemanit, al hashemanit, on the shemanit, hashemanit, al hashemanit, lamnatzeyach, al hashemanit, for the leader, the chief musician, on the shemanit, for the overcomer, la menatzeyach, al hashemanit.
Pause right here. Okay, here a little update. Yeah, thank you, Isha Shali. I'm listening to Shiloh for that. The Israelites to Ethiopia, they have the instrument called the kra, right? Now from the notes it said that in the days of Moshiach, let's see if we go over here, right here, it says here, the Midrash, the study here on this psalm, it says, in the days of the Messiah, Moshiach, so like in the Brit Chadash days, the Moshiach, however, there will be 8 strings to the psaltery. So we touched on the begena, 10 strings, the masenko, 1 string, right, from the previous verse, and then here to this midrash, right here on the Psalms, and on Psalm 81, Mizmor Fe Aleph, it says that in the days of Messiah, in the days of Moshiach, however, there will be 8 strings to the psaltery. So we have the kra, right, that has 8 strings, right, 8 strings on it. And here, the connection here is with the opening part, right, of Psalm 12, Lamanatziach al ha-shemanit mizmor le-Dawid, all upon ha-shemanit, right, upon the shemanit. And here the shemanit, they say in the notes here, perhaps they say, but we know among the Israelites of Ethiopia for sure, right, they have these same musical instruments, the instruments of Dawid, the instruments of the tabernacle of Zion, right, corresponding to what we have biblically, scripturally, right here. So here we have on the 8 strings, upon 8 strings, right? Or perhaps they say in musical notation. Now, in another interpretation, since the 8, the octave, is a deeper bass tone. So some even interpret that this also can refer to tuning of instruments, like you tune it to the bass, right? And then you have the alamo, like the high, the more soprano, and the higher tones. And then you have the shemanit, the octave, the 8 tones right here. I just want to bring that out right there.
Come be a part of. Come be a part.
All right,
Come
and
be a
with
part.
J and Lionel Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
So here, 8-string lyre, 8-string musical instrument. Israelites of Ethiopia, Beta Israelites of Ethiopia, the Kra. So there we have the Kra right there. Give thanks. Yes, sir.
Neat on the 8 strings. And in the Olam Haba, in the 8th Haba, the time to come, the psaltery, the Nevel, will be made with 10 strings, as is said, up on an instrument of 10 strings, up on the psaltery. Here, we have Psalm 92, verse 4. Upon an instrument of 10 strings, up on the psaltery. Elei asor wa elei navel, with an instrument. Elei asor 10. For an instrument of 10. Elei asor wa elei, and for instrument, the instrument of the navel, wa elei navel. Elei asor wa elei navel, with an instrument of 10 strings, and wa elei navel, and with the psaltery, up on an instrument of 10 strings, upon, in the translation of upon the psaltery, that the psaltery is a navel, and the navel correspond with the mesinko, right? The mesinko, right? And that we know has 1 string. Then here, this verse, even the verse here in Mizmor Tzadai Beit, Psalm 92, here, Hebraically the 4th verse, the Dalet verse, Elei Asor wa Elei Nabel, more properly translated as the instrument of the Asor, of the 10, wa and Elei, instrument of the Nabel, of the psaltery, corresponding with the Mesinko, that has 1 string, but we know that the begana, the instrument of 10 strings. So to see this prophecy revealed, right?
And then also I didn't connect there, but I just connect right here. So we have the one that has the 8, the 1, and the 10. And remember that in the Midrash notes, it spoke about the times of Moshiach. In the times of Moshiach, or the Brit Chadasha, because we are still in them times. We have to fulfill the measure. So right here.
After the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, right? According to the royal order, and after the order of Malachias Edek, Melchizedek. But here, you have a midrash note. And here, the midrash note, the 8th mode, Sheminit, the 8th mode functions as a genus, or as one would say, as a genus that comprehends the other 7 modes. The 8th mode functions as a genus. So it's the 8th mode, Ha Sheminit, the 8th mode functioning as a genus that comprehends the other 7 modes. And this is the meaning of, for the leader, Lam Natzeyach, Al Ha Sheminit, on the Sheminit, on the 8th, Ha Sheminit. They say, see Ginzei Hammelech by Yitzhak Isaac ben Abraham ibn Latif, published in Kokabei Yitzhak, right? Kokabei, Yitzhak, number 31, page 9, and quoted and translated in Eric Werner and Yeshayahu Isaiah Son, the philosophy and theory of music in Judeo-Arabic literature. The philosophy and theory of music in Judeo.
Pause. But you see, when leaving out the children of the Ethiopians, you're leaving out the better part right there, because we just showed you right there with the strings and the connection and even with the translation. But let's go on.
Huka, Huca 17, 1943, pages 551 to 553. In keeping with this Targum, or this Tirgum, this interpretation, the 7 strings corresponding to the 7 days of creation would represent the present Olam, Alam, the present world, and the 10 strings, a perfect number, would represent the perfection of the Olam Haba, of the Olam, the world, Haba, the world to come, the Olam Haba, 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 Olam Haba,
Yes. Just a look.
Come be a part of. Come be a part
All
of.
right,
Come be a
and
part
OJ,
of.
Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
I hope ones are picking up on this. Great to have some visual accompaniment just to bring this out. But that was the third. We'll just touch on one more midrash right here, the fourth part of the midrash right here, going through the verse by verse.
Blow the trumpet at the new moon, at the full moon. Here. Today's psalm is Morfe Aleph, Pe Aleph. Psalm 81, here, Hebraically, the Dalet, the fourth verse. Blow the trumpet at the new moon, at the full moon. Here, the verse, Shemuli. Tik'u ba chodesh shofar, ba keseh leyom chagenu. Full of verse, blow the horn, the shofar, the ram's horn, at the new moon. Tik'u ba chodesh shofar. Tik'u ba chodesh shofar, at the new moon, at the chodesh, ba chodesh shofar, the ram's horn. Tik'u, blow the horn at the new moon, at the full moon. Ba keseh, at the full moon. These words are to be considered in the light, the illumination of what Scripture says elsewhere. Even in Psalm 89, Hebraically the 16th verse, that reads, Blessed is the people that knew the trumpet sound. They walk, O Lord, in the light of the eye countenance, the eye face. Here, Psalm 89, verse 16. Blessed is the people that knew the trumpet sound. They walk, O Lord, in the light of thy countenance. Here, Mizmor Peit 8. Here, Psalm 89. Here at the 16th verse. Psalm 89, verse 16. Ashrei ha'am yoda'eya teru'ah. Yahuwah be'or paneka ye halekun. Happy, Ashrei. So it's the happy, blessed in the sense of the Ashrei. Happy. Happiness is the people that know the joyful sound. Ashrei ha'am yoda'eya teru'ah. They walk, O Lord, O Jehovah, in the light, the illumination of thy countenance. Yahweh be'or paneka ye halekun. Yehalekun, they walk, they trod. Be'or, in the light, the illumination in the or. Be'or paneka. Be'or faneka. Be'or paneka. In the light of the eye, male face, he who be, who he be. Ashrei ha'am yoda'eya teru'ah. Yahweh be'or paneka yehalekun. Blessed, happy, Ashrei is the people. Ashrei ha'am. Ashrei ha'am, that knew the trumpet sound. Yoda'ei teruah. Yoda'ei teruah. Know the teruah. That know the teruah. Hear the joyful shout. The teruah, ura, the teruah. The generation of the Hamidbar, of the wilderness, knew by the sounding of the trumpet when to pitch camp and when to journey forward, as is said, make thee two trumpets of silver, make the eye 2 trumpets of silver, and thou the eye shalt use them for the calling of the congregation, the aggregation, and for the journeying of the camps. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 10, verse 2. Isay likat shiteya chatzot rota kesefa mikasha ta iseo tam we hayua lika le mikra ha eta ua le masaa eta ha machinot. Make thee 2 trumpets of silver. Isay lika, make for the eye. Isay lika, shetei chatzotzrot. Shetei, 2 chatzotzrot. Chatzotzrot, 2 trumpets, kesef, 2 trumpets of silver. Shetei chatzotzrot kesef. Of beaten work shalt thou make them. Miksha ta'iseh otam. And they shall be to the eye, for the calling of the congregation, for the calling of the aggregation. Wehayu lika li mikra ha'eda. And for causing the camps to set forward, and causing the camps. U'ale masa'a eta ha'machinot. And accordingly, the end of the verse, they walk, they trod, yahalekun, they walk, Yahweh or Jehovah, in the light of the eye countenance. Be'or paneka, Yahweh, be'or paneka, yahalekun, is to be read in the light, the illumination of the words, even the words from Shemot, from Exodus chapter 13, verse 21. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to give them illumination. Wayoa holeka lifneihem yomama be'amuda anana la nechotama hatereka wa laila be'amuda eisha le hayira lahem la leketa yomama walayla. And he who be in Jehovah, why Yehovah, went before them by day in a pillar of cloud. Why Yehovah holek, and he who be trotted lifneihem, before them. Why Yehovah holeka lifneihem yomam, by day or days yomam be amud, in a pillar anan, a cloud, be amud anan, la nechotama hadareka, to lead them, hadarek, the derek, the way, we laila be amud aish, and by night, we laila, and by night in a pillar, be amud of fire, aish, be amud aish, to give them light, lehayir lahem, to give them light, that they might go by day and by night. La leketa yomam walayla, that they might go by day, la leketa yomam, and by night, walayla. Wa Yehovah holeka lifneihem yomama be'amud anana la nechotama hatereka wa laila be'amud eisha le hayira lahem la leketa yomam walayla. And another comment, the words, blessed or happy is the people that know the sound of the trumpet sound. Happy is the people that know the trumpet sound. Ashrei ha'am yodei teruah, Ashrei ha'am yodei teruah. Happy is the people that know the teruah. Refers to ha'am, the people who intercalate the year and designate the day, hayom, that is the proper day, for the sounding of the trumpet, of the shofar, the sounding of the trumpet. And the words, they walk, they trod, O Yahweh, O Jehovah, in the light of thy countenance, the illumination of thy face, Yahweh, be'or paneka, yehalekun. This means that according to Rab Abbahu, that Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, conforms to the calendar of the Bnei Yisrael, conforms to the calendar of the sons, the children of Israel. And here a Midrash point of reference on what does it mean that Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, the sanctified, set apart, the Idol One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He, conforms to the calendar of the B'nai Yisrael. Well, there's 2 points of reference in earlier Psalms, namely Psalm 4 and the 4th section, the Parek of the Midrash, goes into that more, as well as Psalm 19. Psalm 19, the 10th Parek, goes into that a little bit more of what does it mean that he who be, conforms to the calendar of the B'nai Yisrael. To the calendar, their calendar, he who be, he conforms. A little portion of this here, just a sample. Rav Hoshaya said, is there another nation like this nation whose decrees Ha'el, the true good, the true God himself conforms to? Conforms to in what way? When the Ziknei Yisrael, the elders of Israel, meet to decree a leap year, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, conforms to their decision. With the elders in mind, David said in Psalm 57, Hebrew, the 3rd verse, I call to God Most High El Elyon, to the Elohim that approves the cause I have in mind. By this he meant, praise be the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, who conforms to and approves whatever Yisrael, whatever Israel enacts. It is the way of the world that when a mortal king enacts a decree, his counselors cannot void it even if they wish to. They must carry out the decree of Hamelech, of the king, of the Negus, whether the decrees are acceptable, to them or unacceptable to them. But Hamelech, the king, the Negus, if he wishes to carry out his decree, he carries it out. If he wishes to void it, he voids it. On the other hand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, carries out whatever decree the Sanhedrin, the assembly on earth, enacts. When does he do so? At New Year's Day. After the earthly Sanhedrin assembly meets and comes to decision as, quote, we proclaim the 2nd day of the week as New Year's Day, or the 3rd day of the Shabuah of the week, immediately HaKadosh Baruch Hu convokes a heavenly Sanhedrin assembly of ministering angels and says to them, go down and see what decision the earthly Sanhedrin assembly has come to and enacted. And the ministering angels reply, Ribon Shel HaOlamim, master of the universal master, the Sanhedrin assembly has enacted this. Such and such a day will begin the new year. Thereupon, on the day decreed, HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes his seat up on his throne and judges his world. As it is said, even in Psalm 47, verse 6, verses 9 to 10, God is going up, Elohim is going up amidst the blowing of the trumpet. The Lord Jehovah amidst the sound of the horn. Elohim have proclaimed himself king over the nations. Elohim have taken his seat upon his holy throne. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the Elohim of Abraham. The thrones are put in place. The books are open. The heavenly Sanhedrin, the heavenly assembly, meets with him. For it is said, even in Daniel 9, the A part, and the 10th verse, the B part, I beheld till the thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days did sit. And 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. Some of the ministering angels are defenders, and others are accusers. And why? Lamaze, all of this? Because, here, linking with today's Psalm, Mizmor Fe Aleph, Psalm 81, Hebrew with the 5th verse. What is a statute for Israel is an ordinance for the God of Jacob. What is a statute for Yisrael is an ordinance for the Elohei Yaakov. Ki hoka le Yisrael hu mishpata lelohei Yaakov. For it is a statute for Yisrael, the Sar of El, an ordinance of the Elohei Yaakov, an ordinance for the Elohei Yaakov. Ki hoka le Yisrael hu Mishpata lelohei Yaakov. And also in the 19th, the Midrash on the 19th Psalm, the 10th Perek, the 10th section, more on this particular theme, Chabarim, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, conforms to the calendar of the B'nai Yisrael. In a different Targum, a different interpretation, different Targum, the words are read, blessed or happy is the people that know the joyful sound. Ashrei ha'am yoda'ei teruah. Yoda'ei teruah. Yoda'ei teruah. Happy is the people that know the joyful sound. That is, blessed, happy are the members of the Sanhedrin, the assembly, who know the joyful sound of the give and take of Torah, ha-Torah, of Torah study. That is to say, happy is the people that know the joyful sound, Ashrei ha'am, Yoda'eya teruah. That is, happy, Ashrei, are the members of the Sanhedrin, the assembly, who know the joyful sound of the give and take of Torah study. They walk, O Jehovah, in the light, the illumination of thy countenance, of thy face. Yahuwah, be'or paneka, yehalekun. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, conforms to their decisions and makes their faces shine with the radiance of Ha-Torah, with the radiance of the Torah, direction, instruction, the teaching of His Majesty. Rav Jose ben Yaakov taught in the name of Rav Edi, who taught it in the name of Rav Aha. The verse from Bereshith, from Genesis 49:21. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth words of a horn. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth words of a horn. Naphtali ayala shelucha ha noten imreya shafer. Naphtali is a hind let loose. Naphtali ayala, a hind, ayala, shilucha, let loose. He giveth goodly words. Ha notain, imrei shafer. Ha notain, imrei shafer. Or here in the Midrash, here in this Midrash brought out as Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth words of a horn. Ha notain, imrei shafer. This means that when the children of Naphtali were on a mission of Torah, they were as swift as the hind, and words of a horn, and imrei shafer refers to the fact that the words of Torah were given to Yisrael with shouts of joy and with the voice of ha-shofar, voice of the horn, even the ram's horn, as is said even in Shemot, Exodus 20:15. And all the people perceived the thunderings and the lightnings, the voice of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. Hence, here, even in today's psalm, hence it is said, blow the trumpet at the new moon. Tik'u b'chodesh shofar. Tik'u, blow, sound. B'chodesh, on the new moon, on the chodesh, b'chodesh, shofar, the ram's horn, Tik'u b'chodesh shofar. In a different exposition, blessed, happy, context, Ashrei ha'am, happy is the people that know the trumpet sound. Ashrei ha'am, Yoda'ei teruah. Rav Yosiah said, but the Goyei ha'aretz, the Gentiles of the earthly plane, the nations of the earth, have they not many trumpets too? Have they not many bugles? Have they not many horns? But, Ashrei ha'am, Yoda'ei teruah. Happy is ha'am, the people, people that know the shofar sound. The trumpet sound refers to Yisrael, to Israel, the Sar of El, the people, ha'am, who know how to propitiate their creator, the Irator, the blameless Irator, with their shouts of joy and with the voice of ha-shofar, with the voice of the ram's horn, as when they walk, O Jehovah, in the light of thy countenance. Yahuwah be'or paneka yehalekun. Yahuwah be'or paneka yehalekun. They walk, Yahalekun, O Jehovah, be'or paneka, Yahuwah, be'or paneka, Yahalekun. In the 10 days, In the 10 days between New Year's Day, or Yom Teruah, the day of trumpets, the day of the shoutings, Yom Teruah, also known as Rosh Hashanah, New Year's Day, and Yom HaKippurim, and the day of the atonements, the at-one-ments, the at-one-ments, the at-one-ments, the at-one-ments, the at-one-ments, the at-one-ments.
Yes. Give thanks. Right here. So we got to the fourth part of the study right there on the shofar and the shafir, etymologically from the same root as shofar, the shafir, beautiful, goodly. Here, the shofar. Yes. All right, the outro. Lila Tov, y'all. Have a good rest. Bless. I know some probably had already go to rest. The fifth and sixth and seventh part, we'll pick up hopefully at another time right here. Today's daily psalm, Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied.
come be a part of.
All right, Jay, why don't you society?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
מזמור פ-א' למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נכר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, הרחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, כמעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעך.
Discipleship, celebration.
Yes. Hopefully some good food for thought here. Erev Tov, Lada Tov, Boker Tov. Have a good Shavua, B'Shem Yeshua. And give thanks. Toda Rabba.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you, my brethren. Adonai.
John Rastafari.
Adonai.
John Rastafari.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.